What up, y'all? How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Hi, Darth. Hi, Snowy. Hi, Red Bear. How are you? Hi, Liz. Hi, Britt. What's up, y'all? So I have not looked at the patch notes. None of it, y'all. So we're gonna be diving in together. I know nothing except for what y'all have told me in the Discord. You have no idea what you're gonna do for dinner? Sometimes it'd be like that, I'm not gonna lie. As y'all have noticed, I saw Darth say something. We do have new overlays. I overhauled everything pretty much yesterday. Hey, pasta's easy. Why not? We're also testing out to see how vertical does for us on the computer, so fingers crossed everything works out. So lots of fun and exciting things. You got the new plot? It's wild. Interesting. I'll have to see what it looks like when I get in. Alright, should we jump into some patch notes and see how it goes? Like I said, I haven't looked at any of them, so I have no idea. Oh, hi. Not the wave, I got the wave. Oh, I feel so honored. Also, it's been a while since y'all seen me, so that's fair. Oh, yay. Hi, Brett. How are y'all? Okay, so just as a heads up, y'all, because there's like a whole lot of, not a lot, but there's some exciting, fun things. So I don't know if anyone noticed the heart on the intro, but there's a little heart next to the plushie. I'll get to the plushie thing in a second, but next to the plushie. So now every time y'all use the EV for partner, there's hearts. So if it gets, not that I'm trying to get y'all to spam it, but if it gets spammed, the hearts like go faster. Y'all should see hearts coming from the heart. No. don't y'all don't spam it. I'm not trying to get y'all to spam it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that the hearts will come out now. Y'all. I should make it more points if y'all are gonna spam it. There's a couple of triggers. I think love being one of them. The EV for partner is a trigger. I think partner is trigger too, and I think Twitch partner is another trigger. So I think those are all triggers. Yep. So any sort of variation of these things will trigger the hearts. So you don't necessarily have to spam the channel point. Those are the trigger words. Yeah. Sure. I want. No, I won't. Okay. Lord, y'all. Oh, also, just as an FYI, if your username is a different color, the heart changes a different color. That's why when Darth did it, it was red. The channel point will be the same color, obviously, but if you actually type it, it'll change it to your actual color of your name. The heart will change that color. So, just like if I did it, it should be darker color. Oh my gosh, Darth, not you changing your color to test the theory. Oh my gosh, stop, y'all. Darth out here just testing it, just to see what the hearts will do. Oh my gosh, stop, y'all. Well, yes. So, if there are other trigger words, that y'all can think of, let me know. I will add them. I just figure if people were like, "Oh, like congrats on the partner push," or like something along those lines, they were to type it, at least the heart would pop up if they didn't use the channel point. But if there's if there's other keywords that we would like, okay, so that's the next thing that I'm gonna get to. We now have a little plushie counter. I wouldn't do it yet because then I'll have to reset it. But it's just gonna be exclamation plushie. No numbers, no nothing. If you have multiple, then you'll just type it twice. But there's gonna be no numbers, so it just makes it easy for ourselves. Nothing crazy, y'all. But yeah, we have hearts. I thought y'all would like it. It's like a fun. If you get 4 doubles in a row, then you have to type it 4 times. For however many plushies you get is how many times you're gonna type it, because it'll just go up. I'll have to go and manually minus things, but I think we should be fine. I think we should be fine. Also, I obviously changed my color, so I'm no longer pink. I'm more of a rose color now because all of my overlays have changed. So I don't know if this will trigger it. No, it won't. It's only a trigger word. So if there are other words that y'all want to trigger, just let me know. We'll add it. Might need to get it and switch the community plot. Wait, Siri, it's that good? It's that good. But what happens to all of our glitched... Okay, here's my question. If we change the landscape, do we get to keep all the glitched things? The glitch stays? Okay. We'll do a tour. We'll do a tour. All right, let's get through patch notes, y'all. Let's get through patch notes. We'll never get on if we never get through this. We could just keep yapping away though. Y'all, I love Beauty and the Beast. It's one of my favorite animated Disney movies. If you glitch something in a mountain, wait, what mountain? You know what? No, I'll get to that in a second. All right. As a tale as old as time unfolds, with season of shimmering wings, enchanted gardens, and happily ever afters in the Sunkissed Summer. Oh, anybody on mobile? Anybody on mobile? How does this look? Because we now have vertical. We brought back vertical. I know a lot of y'all watch on mobile, so I want to make sure that the experience is good for you. Hi, Nat. So y'all let me know if anything needs to change or if anything looks crazy or anything like that. Hi, Nat. You think it's good? Okay. Oh, Nat, you're exploring the new hearts that we have. Nat, we have some trigger words. If you type love, if you type Evie for partner, uh, if you type probably just love or Evie for partner will work. Yeah, I'm the same way. I go back and forth, so I have it there if you want it. If you don't, classics there too. What? You see that little heart that's below my camera? You see that heart below my camera? No, not Evie. Evie's not a trigger word. I would never I would never mind my own name as a trigger word. The trigger words are Evie for partner, Twitch partner, and then love. Those are all the trigger words. Oh, cupcake would be a good trigger word. But we don't talk about cupcake that often. We can't just be throwing cupcake in the chat. People are gonna be confused. People are gonna be like, cupcake? What's cupcake? Alright, y'all. Sparkle and shine. Shimmerflies light up the sky and kill 'em with dazzling glow. Manifest a cupcake. Hi, Silent. New bulletin board activity. Show your bug scout leadership. Oh my gosh. Can they put Carl in the game? Because that'd be lit. I mean, I guess we have our own version of these situations. Okay, let me just go down here and get to the gist of the things. Shimmerfly migration. So the Shimmerflies only in Killama. All right. Keep an eye out for star quality Shimmerflies to decorate your plot, and if you are lucky, you may even flutter away with the Shimmerfly plush. Shimmerfly plush. Oh my gosh. I'm missing something. Hold on. Let me see. Wait, did they mean to give us Duskwing glasses again? Because I think that's interesting. They should have just given us a different colorway of the Duskwing glasses for drops. Okay, so we can get star quality Shimmerflies and we can get a Shimmerfly plushie, which is good. So both those things, top tier. Do we know about these statues? Could you imagine we get 100 Shimmerfly plushies? Like, how long is this migration happening? Okay, so we get tool skins, villager day dress, Shimmerfly glasses. Oh, they didn't give us Shimmerfly glasses because they're in the path. So they just had to give us a different version of a glasses. Okay. These alchemist goggles, those are gonna be interesting. Beauty's crown, tame mane hair, rose tinted eyes, fluttering eyes. We get makeup. So the Choppa statue, watchful Choppa. So yeah, it's like the gladiator. Take the Moz counter down, 100 shimmer stars now. I mean, we have a plushie counter now. So we can fill it up to 100. We can see how we do by the end of the week. A royal frogbird. Oh, is that only in the path? Umbral wings potion, a new type of potion which temporarily gives you shadow wings. Sign me up. I need 100 of those ASAP. They made the path more than 50% free. Whoa, that's good. That's good. You don't have to pay for anything. So much free stuff. Oh, is this the dance? Oh, this is cute. Bulletin board, okay. Ani. Insect Palooza. Yo, what are these? Yo, what are these? Wait, what are these bug do we get like a new fancy bug bag? I mean bug bomb? What are these? These aren't snowballs. They look like crystal balls. 13 out of the 28 is premium and the rest is free. W. Absolute W. That's really good, actually. That's really, really good. You're so ready to be done with it. When are you done with work? All right, y'all. Insect Palooza, August 17th through the 24th. So we got some time. We got some time. Oh, it's like that or like that. We get flutter foxes. What are flutter foxes gonna give us? Want something sweet? Reach ranching level 10 to unlock flutter honey in the amber echo. If you encounter a wild flutter fox, a little flutter honey may be all it takes to befriend one and welcome it to your ranch. Wait, what? Hold on. There are flutter foxes in the wild that we have to like coax to break. Hold on. If you're curious, flutter foxes produce silky fluff. Oh gosh, now we're just gonna have an influx of more silk. Hi, Owl. How's it going? We're just gonna have more silk. More silk. Here we are. All right, flamed riff rocks. Yes, absolutely. Wait, really? Oh gosh, I haven't even got on yet, so. Ooh, look at this decor. This is really cute. Ooh, this is really cute. Okay, so all the banners are in the Echo store. Okay, and then the trellis. Is the trellis a recipe? Because I need a ton of these. These are so cute. I'm sorry, y'all. That's so annoying. Ooh, they brought us pride tents? Okay. I see y'all. That's a ton. Wait, where did we get these from? Oh, wait, it says material shop. Material store. Okay, so it's in the register. It's in the register. You can just buy them. In Tisha's shop. You immediately bought them all. Okay, that's fair. All right. Shimmerfly, the Royal Frogbird, and the Princess Ladybug, which we thought that was it. Friends list went from 200 to 250. Hell yeah. Now I gotta take people off my list as fast. Okay, they made the Temple of Gale easier to navigate. Good, because that thing's a pain in the butt for anybody new. So kudos to y'all, because that thing's a pain. We have added more control over your personal outfits. Oh, y'all, we can toggle them on and off now. That's good. Because, like, I know sometimes in bug hunts that lags us out. Temple of the Gale is the one that has a different, which I'm thinking I'm remembering this correctly. It's the one that has all the different little islands that you have to, like, glide up and around. And it's just tedious to maneuver. And you have no idea where the hell you are. And yeah, the outfits can get very distracting, but they also tend to lag people because of all of the visuals of just all the bug bombs, and it just can get really chaotic. So the fact that you can turn them off is really good. Oh my goodness, this outfit is so pretty. Look at the hair. Gosh, I might have to get this at some point in time. 3,400. Oh, they have the little tail. Stop. On free trial. Wait, which one? Wait, are you talking about the... Are you talking about the little glowing ball? Stop it. Stop it right now. First of all, did they give them the little, like, French maid outfit? Just chill. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. The feather duster. Oh my gosh, stop. Alright, Riff Rock. Got it, got it, got it. Oh, these are cute. I might have to get these too. Wait, are you talking about this? You could buy this? This is free? Oh, this bubble glider is really cute too. Like, they're really about to take all of my coins that I don't have yet because I have to buy. Also, Owl, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for sponsoring a mystery outfit. We will do that one shortly. I just got to add the money to my Steam account. There was so much chaos happening on Sunday. I just didn't see it pop up until after I got off stream, and I was like, "Oh my gosh! Oh, look at the little butterfly! Oh, that's cute." Wait, can you access these buildings? I need to see this plot. You have this plot. I need to see it. I need to see it in person. All right, bug fixes, visual bug. So now the Royal Sarnak looks normal now. Increase the maximum stack limit for molten ore. The amethyst is now correctly dropped from mining nodes as intended. That one we knew about. They fixed the durability issue that was happening in the lunar pass. And they reimbursed us as well. Gathering Royal Wisteria will now properly trigger the complete My First Epic Forge. Oh yeah, the bottom of the fixes typo shows current known bugs. Wait, what? I haven't. Resolved a visual issue where held choppas would turn invisible after mounting. The bottom of the list. Fixed a logic loop. Okay. Corrected the donation values for Kubi flowers. Prove your generosity. That's a quest. Night Shadow Butterfly. Okay. Wait, is that Night Shadow Butterfly? I don't know. It's fine. Fix an issue on the Missy Moorlands where grass would clip and poke through decor. Crab Wars decor can now be correctly placed on top of tables. Oh, I guess it couldn't before. I didn't realize that. You're good, Al. You're good. Visual bug. Retired horse mounts were not visible on the player's area. Unintended stone wall assets. Oh my goodness. There's a whole lot of issues. Improved navigation layout and responsive when using a controller inside the social menu. These top known issues? Are you talking about these? I'm just gonna turn off my spell check. Yeah, spell check gets us all the time. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what else I'm just looking at. Oh, something froze on my end. Okay. The remaining baby animals taken in the world as pets may be displayed as adult size after dismounting. I don't know any of these because I don't take any animals out. Long names may overrun in the wait. Loading icons may not be clear when viewing the purchase page. Wait, what were you saying was an issue? Darn, did I miss something? Yeah, the pet bug at the bottom of the premium cosmetic fixes. Certain ranch animal cosmetic traits may not be displayed correctly after changing servers. Graphical artifacts may be seen during the transformation and animation of some outfits in K-pop outfit disappears after toggling on and off in the housing menu. That's the list of stuff at the bottom of the known bugs. Oh, here? Oh. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna load in. I'm gonna see how things go. Oh, oops. Wait, hold on. That's totally my... Wait, why did I just default to that? That's crazy. Alright. I'm gonna close that. Yes. Alright, we should be good. Did anyone pick a color of the day yet? Did I miss that at all? Yeah, for the most part, we just figure it out along the way. Green and red, okay. Green and red it is. Oh wait, this is my outfit from Palia Games. I forgot. Alright, first things first, let me change my outfit. I don't have the other outfit yet, but you know what? We can do Rapunzel. I think I'm just gonna do red at the bottom. Yes, log in. Hopefully you don't have too many issues. Oops, I did not mean to hit that button yet. Where is my alpha? Here it is. Wasn't there a red and green option? Is this the red and green that I just put on my hat? Yeah. Wait, why is this? Wait, why is this a different color? Huh. Interesting. The hair and the outfit are two different colors. They're two different reds. Alright, I'm at the diet. I gotta see if I have a green. I don't, but we're gonna buy one. Okay, that's better, but let's change our hair to be green and red and all right, I'm green and red. Shall we? Oh, wait. What is that fancy nameplate? Yo, where does this fancy nameplate come from? And why does that look so cool? Also, why is it so skinny? It's so skinny. From an achievement? Oh no, I forgot to turn off the bird. Hold on, I gotta turn the bird off. Though you are cute, you can't stay. I'm so sorry. I have the rings fully upgraded. Don't I? Is it there and I didn't know? Is it a new achievement? Oh my gosh. I do have it. Did I not know I had it? Did we just get it? It was broken. Okay. Because I was like, I swear I've never seen this before and I think it's really cool. Okay. What we are going to do is check out the fact that we can turn off our... I just don't know where that is. Graphic quality? Advancement? Where would that be? Advanced. Wait, no. Do we know where that setting is to turn off our outfit visuals? They said it, but I don't know where it's at. The very bottom? Oh, here? This one? Okay, bet. It's gone. Yay! Now it's not going to be all laggy. Okay, where shall we mosey to? Oh, yes, I do want to see the new plot. I do. On the way. Holy, wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, what? You get all of this? Excuse me, Highland area. How's it going? There's so much. Can you go in these rooms? Why y'all got signs? I want to be nosy who lives here. Oh my gosh, there's so many little rooms. Dude, this is a full on. Wait, okay. What's built and what's not? Because I'm now confused. What did you build? Yeah, but I actually like what did like what's the actual that's what you built? So is this part of the front too? Oh wait, this is because there's the pond. In this house you built? Right? This is an actual house? Okay, this is an actual house. Oh my gosh, I'm actually confused. Okay, so that's an actual house. What the heck? Wait, can you get up to the castle? I have so many questions. Hi, Celeste. Hi, Kiwi. How are y'all? Did the hearts work, y'all? Did the hearts work? Did anyone see the hearts? I'm like trying to pay attention to the hearts work or not. Oh my gosh, you can't get to the castle. You can't get to the castle at all. That's the way out. I'm gonna come back. I promise. I am. I didn't realize that was a way out. I thought that was just a bridge. I thought it was just a bridge. So you can't get to the castle? Thank you, Nat, for testing them out. So the channel point will show my color, but if you were to actually type the trigger word, it'll show up. It'll show up for your actual Twitch color. Okay, let me come back to your plot. So that means you cannot get to the castle, which is slightly disappointing. Or you just can't take the bridge? Can you just not take the bridge? Can you work the system and jump around? Oh, I'm sure someone's gonna find a way to get up to that castle. I want to find a way to get up to that castle. What happens when you jump this way? Nothing. You just fall your back to the beginning. Man, that's not it. Okay, wait. Hang on a second, y'all. Give me one sec. Okay. I wish we could. I mean, I know it's gonna be such a a challenge to design all of this, but I wish we could get inside these buildings. I think they're so cute. Like, what the heck? Like, how? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. I want to get. I want to get in these buildings. Where are you anyway? Oh, you're right here. So do we want this one for our community plot? I mean, it's dope. We already have the neighborhood established. So we might have to move some things around. It should work. Should we try it and see what happens? It's like Sims, but apparently. Is it this one, right? Yeah. Okay. I am gonna go back. Wait, where is the... Oh, they're right here. Oh, wait, these are cute. Yeah, we might have to split the rows a bit. Let's see. Let's check it out. We'll bring back Christmas. We'll bring back Christmas when it's Christmas time. Oh, I'm so nervous about changing the plot. It's gonna be fine, right? It's gonna be fine if I change the landscape, y'all. 99% sure. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Everything here is still here. We just gotta get through. We gotta get through. We just gotta get rid of all the Christmas stuff. Unless we want to leave the Christmas. Oh my gosh, this is... Oh, I just have to move this over just a hair. I just have to move this building over just a hair. Yeah, we'll have to split the rows so that they're on either side. But it almost works, y'all. It almost works. Y'all, it almost works. Look, we just have to split. We can just do 3 and 2. Or we can just put the one in the middle on the path. Should we just do that? So we don't split the houses. The house is still in a row. We'll just move that the house is on the, like, you know what I mean? Like centered. Oh yeah, we could rotate the houses so they're not connected. I mean, they're connected as row houses, yes, but yeah, we could just separate them around. Not around, but you know what I mean? Like, we can kind of separate them. So it feels more like a town than a track homes. Are you moving this right now? We gotta take the chopper board off. Oh, they fit? Wait, what did you do? Wait, am I on this side? What did you do? Oh my gosh, it looks like a little town. I would still split so we have them facing each other. Wait, which, all of the houses? Split all the houses? Wait, where are you? Where'd you... Replace the sharks with houses. Oh, okay. Should we rework this area too, though? And move this to some other place? Okay, I'm gonna pick up all this stuff. Well, it could be by where the apple trees are. Oh, I gotta get rid of everything inside here too. Don't I? Oh wait, can we move this without me picking up anything? Oh, you already picked it up. Let me move the trees. And then we'll head out to I need to go see the bulletin board and everything too. I haven't even gone out there yet. We literally have been on the plot. That's as far as I've gone. No, it's gonna be a pain in the butt to pick up, actually. So we can leave the snow. Can that building fit there? How do you rotate it? The water tower won't fit, but the water tower can be attached to something else. I have no idea what to do with this water tower. What should I do with this water tower? I don't even know where to put it. I'm just gonna put it in the back of the plot for a minute. That is true. If we want to change during the winter time, we can just leave it. Yeah. Can put the barn sign here. I don't know where to put the apple trees, so. Guess I can do one apple tree on either side. And as for the middle one, no idea. I can just put it there for now. Okay, yeah. That's fine. That works. Some of them are not. Some of them have no owner yet. All right, y'all. In like a couple minutes, I'm going to start the first giveaway. This one was sponsored by Owl. Are you moving houses? Do we know? Do we know whereabouts we want all the houses? I'm gonna pick up that chopper board. We'll put it back later, but I'm just gonna move it out of the way. Is there anything else you need me to move? Okay, I will. Hi Casper, how's it going? I have a couple extras if you would like one. We can put the fences back. Do you want me to pick them all up? Yeah, Darth has tons too. uh um yes to picking up all of these fences to move the houses. Okay. One, two, three. Did you put all the signs in the houses? Okay, you're doing it now. You have to pick up all your Mujin. Wait. Wait. Wait, I moved. Hold on. I need to take a screenshot of how this is set up to put it back. Because we're gonna end up moving this. I'm just gonna rely on you to remember how yours is set up. I'm just gonna rely on you to remember your setup. Alright, y'all. Let me start the first giveaway. It's gonna be up now. Alright, y'all. First mystery outfit giveaway has started. This one is sponsored by Owl. That's my favorite giant plushie now. Makes me want to re-download the game. Oh my gosh. I mean, there's been a whole lot of exciting changes, so whenever you feel like you want to come back. I mean, it took me a while to come back. Wait, whose sign is this? Oh wait, this is Race's. Okay, let me grab the rest of these. I'm gonna leave the flowers so that I can put them back the way that they are supposed to be in front of people's houses. Okay. Did you move Giant Frogbert? Never mind. I got him. Nah. I moved him. Cause I'm not gonna be able to sort that one out. Is there anything else up on top of the houses? You moved everything, right? Oh wait, there's like, are there snowmen up there? Oh, the dice are still up there. Is that what that is? Oh shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I was just looking to see what this was. Struggle's real, y'all. First mystery outfit is up, y'all. If you would like to enter, it's exclamation point suite. Yeah, I just didn't know what was up there. I'm gonna let you sort this out. Do you need to move all this stuff away from the house? These snow piles can be picked up? Okay. Got it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, got it. Okay, I already changed it. Got it. Oh, I missed a fence. Okay, got it. We're just moving trees, right? I'm not gonna... Wait, are we moving trees? Is this yours too? I'm gonna put it in here somewhere. Not as like cluttering the house so that y'all don't lose your stuff. My what? Wait. Oh, mine's bugged? Oh, okay. Got it. You're good. There are drops. There are. These are bug themed drops because we have... Oh, I can put this up here. Wait, no, I can't. It's so bugged. The drops are... I think like I think they're all like I think they're all bug related. Huh, I cannot grab this. There we go. Okay. I will worry about the flowers. The flowers can stay. We can put them back later. Let me see what the drops are. I think they're bug. I think they're like smoke candles, bug bombs. Yeah, potato pods are at 3, along with some honey lures. Then there's some smoke candles and some smoke bombs at 1 hour, and then the dustwing glasses at 6 hours. We do. We're not sure why they gave us repeat glasses. But there were some people that didn't get them, so maybe that's why. We do have a lot of new people playing the game for the first time, so they did not have the opportunity to have the... Okay, let me see where you're at here. Oh. Wait, are you right here? Oh, yeah, you are. We're just turning the houses, right? To be along the streets. Will all the other 3 fit here? Like, do we just want to have one that's at the end of this path? Where it's 2, 2, and then 1 here on the end of this path? Yeah, it does, but so you're gonna put the third one here where these flowers are? So I need to move these flowers. Wait, hold on. Did you have flowers? This is Snowy's house, right? Yeah. Did you say you already moved these trees and I just for whatever reason see them? Do I need to move the bakery to not be center front? Or is it fine to stay center front? Now what to put back here? I guess I could put the bakery back here. In this space. Oh wait, no, I have to wait till you move those houses. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave the house. I mean the bakery in the middle. And just we'll worry about the houses. Oh, do I need to move the bakery? But I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. Because right now it's center front, and I'd prefer it to be center front. Because if not, I'd have to move it here on this side, but I have to wait till you move the other houses. If there's any, I don't think there's gonna be room to move it. Like back here. Gosh, these stairs were such a pain in the butt. Okay. Can I move this entire thing without... Wait, how did you move all of them? Like, do I have to move them piece by piece? Hit Alt? Oh, okay, got it. Where should I move it? Just back? Or over here? Yeah, just back, okay. Lined up with the house? There? Oh gosh. Oh, you got it. Okay, let me put all this stuff back. All right. I tried to make sure it was in the same line, but it's like kind of close. But this house is bigger, so I guess it really doesn't matter. And we still have a path in between the two buildings, so perfect. Okay. I don't know where was this snow pile? Just here? Good enough. Yo, what the heck? Who knew that we finally found a plot that's perfect for our neighborhood? Get the heck out of here. That's wild. Now our plot looks like an actual neighborhood. Like people live here, y'all. Like people actually live here. We have space. Well, actually, once you move the houses, we'll figure out if we have space for anything. I need to move these crafters into a building. So I'm gonna probably maybe put a building here for crafters. So it's not just all out in the open, all looking all crazy. I know, I'm sorry. I need to get you some seating. Ugh. We have upscaled, y'all. We are no longer track homes. Everybody, this is insane. We have a neighborhood. Get the stairs back. And your outhouse back. Trying to remember how everything is designed. Hi Amanda, how's it going? Now I gotta sort out how to how to put all this back. 78%. Okay. I know I took screenshots of everything, but like now I'm starting to forget what things look like. How is there a tree in Snowy's house? Like actually? Like how is there a tree in Snowy's house? It's a visual glitch? Oh my gosh. I think these belong to you. Oh shoot, you're moving them. Okay, you move them. I don't know who they belong to. Oh, is that where these go? Is here? With this house? Shit, I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie to you. Y'all, if I messed up your house at any point in time, just come on over to fix it. We're just trying to remember. They're like we're like literally hot and cold here. I know this is out here. Come back. Wait, why can't I pick this up? Okay, here we go. Got it. Fencing. I gotta sort out fencing. Should I try to sort that? We need bushes on this side too. So, let me just sort how the fences are gonna work. I don't remember how far down we went. I know we went 3 in. Actually, hold on. Let's do... Wait, put fences where? Just in the middle of the houses? Wait, how do I... that off? Do we still want these? Oops. Is that too close? Do I need to move it over? Or is that okay? Hi Puffin, how's it going? Might be fine moving them a bit. Moving them where? Out to there? Okay. Give me a second. Oops, I picked up one of the bushes. Let me... Alright, let's see. So, on this line? Or this one? This one? Okay. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Give me that back. Here. So I need to go over this way. Oops. I don't know where I'm going. This line. It's really hard to stay on the line that I'm trying to stay on. Okay, there you go. Is that good? Oh wait, is that wrong? No, that's right. Okay. Could you move the sign? Pretty please. Can someone remind me how to change my name banner? Go to collections and the very last one with the little This middle? Go to collections, a little left. Okay, just 1 second. Collections, the very last one, that's where you go to name badge. The one with a little notepad and the pencil, that's your name badge one. And you go there and you change it under collections. Would you say never mind? Okay. Hi, Callie. How's it going? Alright, those are done. I will have to do the spacing for the other ones here in a second. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. 7. There we go. Hi, Stevo. Thank you for the lurk. Out here. Okay, good enough. Now I will fix this side. Oops. Alright, here to... I don't remember how much over I went. I think I went over to work before it turned into another sign. I think that's as far over I went. But I think I might have to do less. Do we want a gate here? I'm gonna put these bushes back. Or you just put a tree, that works too. Okay. I need to know spacing wise how far out we went from the house. Do these houses need to be pushed back? They seem closer than the others. Like they have more grass space on this side than that side. Let me grab the stuff that's back here. And I think this belongs here. But I don't remember if it was which way it was facing. I am guessing on this one, y'all. Who knew that we just needed a fairy tale to happen so that we could have a community plot that looks like an actual community? I could put another house here. I just don't know what side to put the house on. Actually, I'll put it on this side. It could just be the crafting house, where I can move all the crafters and stuff. That's fine. We can replace these. Wait. What happened? Oh, I gotta remove all of these bushes again, huh? Wait, what about replacing these houses? What's wrong? Anyone who glitches, do you know if you can put crafters on slanted surfaces? Very good question. You can't move them? Oh, let me see if I can. Are you still in the house? Wait, which button did you say? Wait, I can. How far back do I need to go? It's this bush. There's a tree back here for me. That's where I could put them. Where the... Hello? That's too far back. Obviously, that's too far back. That's too far back. Okay. Hold on. I got it. Can you... How do I rotate the camera around? Rotate, then grab them. Can we move this? Is this tree here? What in the visual glitch? How many trees are right here? Yo, I only saw one tree. They still gotta be backed up though. Isn't that still, that's still too close. There's no grass space. Like maybe 2 squares back. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that might be it. Yeah? Yeah. I think that's it. Just need to line them up. I mean, they don't have to be perfect. They're supposed to, you know what I mean? They don't have to line up with that one. That's fine if they're a little off center. Because houses aren't supposed to be like that perfect, right? They're supposed to have character, right? That's the part I'm making it seem. That's how we're gonna play it. Okay, so let me see here. Am I good to put fences down? I just gotta sort out how far out we went. Let me see. 1, 2, 3 squares out from the house. So here. 1, 1, 2. I honestly, when it comes to glitching, I think you probably can put it anywhere. But that, don't ask me because I'm not a glitcher. I'm not the best resource to answer that question. I think that's right. Wait, how did I end up turning this? Oh shoot. Which way did we want the fence? Oh wait, no. Yeah, I want it this way. Oh my gosh, how'd I end up moving? What am I doing? Struggling is what I'm doing. Okay, I think that's right. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Okay, now let's put the fences back. Oh, duh, I can't put it there. Did I run out of fence line? I guess the fences are out a little more than before. I know. I gotta get some more fences. I gotta make some more fences. Alright, let me make some fences. Oh, what are these called? And then we're gonna fix this, y'all, and then we'll get to actually doing things that we should be doing. Actually, I can't make any fences currently. I don't have any planks. This is actually wild though, y'all. Like we have a whole neighborhood. We had a whole neighborhood before, but now the neighborhood looks like it has people living here. I know, it is so cozy now. It was too open before. Now it does make a lot more sense, for sure. Oh my gosh, this is wild. Okay, so I'll put another house here for the crafters. And then we gotta sort out the other side. And since the other plot is just flat snow, that's true. That's true. We will not have to move anything. All right. Let me get to grabbing these things. Let me start with the fences and stuff. How's everybody doing? How is the update going for everybody? Is everybody still freezing and whatnot? Did that resolve itself? I picked up the tree on accident. Actually, I'm just gonna pick up the trees. It's easier to pick them up and we'll put them back. Alright, snowman can go in there. This snowman can go in there. And this guy can go in there. I'm just gonna pick these up. You had 4 gardenias in front. Okay. Alright, those houses are ready to move however way we want to move them. Oh gosh. Do we want to do the same thing? Do we want to do 2 on this side and then 3 on this side to kind of break it up? Like, do we want to move some of the houses down here in this space? So we do 3 and 2. Well, since it's all one building, we can put another house next to the 2. You mean on this other side or just here? Or you mean a different building next to the 2? I could just build a different building on the other side. Is there still a max of 10 rooms? Or is there more now? Oh, the building limit is 30 now. So what we could do is just do the 5 and 5. I mean, there's still some buildings that are not claimed, so we can just turn them into other things. So how about we put the ones that are houses, like that are already claimed by people? Because there's a couple that aren't. So this one's calzone. I think this one's red. Okay, so red, calzone, and Keem. This one's unclaimed. So this one in the middle is unclaimed, and the one in the very end is unclaimed. So those 2 could be other things. So middle and end are empty. So if you want to put the ones that are actual houses that are... Oh my gosh. I glitched so hard. Oh no. Where'd the window go? And why is there a window in my inventory? Hold on. Hold on. Don't move anything else. Hold on. How'd I get a window? Okay, go ahead. Whatever you just did, I don't know. You put a building over here? Are these the 2... Are these the 2 empties? That we just need to turn around? Out of the way for right now? Okay. So, do you want to put those 3 houses here or on this side? Or we could do 2 and 2. And just put another house. OMG. Things just appear in front of me and I glitched so hard. Do you want to do the 3 here? Or do you want to do the 3 on this side? So what? So look at the top 2. What? Wait, look at what? What the? They don't have... Question. Oh, I'm so stuck. I can't even get out of this menu. If you fixed it while I'm in here, I'm totally stuck. I have to restart my game. Let me close Palia and reopen it. Keem! Hi, Keem. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Okay, hold on. I gotta restart my game. Hold on. Hi, Keem. How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. I am restarting my game. Give me one quick second. Keem, how was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, y'all. My name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft and a little bit of Dead by Daylight. And we're checking out the update today. And moving our houses around because we found the perfect community plot. And I will show y'all when I get back in. Hi. Hi, Plum. How's it going? Not long. Okay, loading back in. Hi, Cherry. How's it going? We do have a giveaway for a mystery outfit, y'all, that is sponsored by Owl. If you would like to enter, you just gotta be following. And you gotta type !sweet. 35 stream streak, let's go. Alright. Fun and exciting things are happening on this plot, y'all. We got the new one. And we are making it more cozy and more lived in. And moving some houses. And it's kind of crazy. Also, this plot is perfect in every possible way. Hi, Superstar. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Oh, Keem. So far, it's got a couple of hiccups. I froze, but it's because we're kind of moving stuff around. So I just restarted. I haven't gone out into Kilima, so I haven't experienced any of these crashes yet. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. We're not sure yet. Keem and well everyone else. Because we are pushing for partner, I added a cute little heart on my screen. So anytime that anyone redeems it, the little heart will have little hearts coming out of it. Well, at least it should. There's also a couple of keywords that you can type. You can type love. You can type EV for partner. Partner is one of them, and Twitch partner I think is one of them as well. If you actually type the words, it'll use your color, your Twitch color as the color. If you use the channel point, it'll use my color since I'm the one typing it. Technically. So if you wanted to see what it looks like in your actual Twitch color, you would have to just do like love or partner or whatever keyword you'd like to use. Thank you. We are trying. We are 2 out of 6 for this month. We need 4 more this month. And then 6 more next month. But fingers crossed. We're hoping for the best. Oh yeah, that works perfectly. With the greenhouse in the middle. Okay, I see you, I see you, I see you. I don't know what to do with the barn side. Wait, did you put all three of them over there? Oh yeah, you did. Okay. We can put the barn sign here, I guess. Actually, where's the bakery again? Right here. I think I'm gonna move. Well, no, those can stay back there. I do want to get a well. Oh wait, I can move that well. Well, now we can move it back where it was. Wasn't it like off to the side? Where am I? Oh my gosh, where am I? Oh, here. Oh, I gotta go a little closer. Okay, that works for now. And then I'm gonna put the actual well here. Hi, Fawn. How's it going? I know, it looks so cozy and lived in. I love it here. Not that I didn't love it before, but this plot was perfectly made for our community and this plot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me get these apples. No plushie, though. No plushie. Should I bring the other apples over so we have apples on both sides? So we have 3 and 3. The built-in path. Yeah, this is the new landscape. Isn't it cute? It's so good. And all the little houses make it feel like, you know, like we're like the town square and then all the neighborhood houses around. Lunaria, thank you for the Prime sub for 2 months. Ooh, 4 months actually. Thank you, thank you. Wait, what? No, that would be in. Oh, I see. Well, we could put something here. Are these the empty houses? Okay. Maybe we could just make this one big house and turn it into something like an aquarium or something, since they never were claimed. Like an aquarium or some sort of rotating shop or something. I don't know. A community center, yeah. But we can kind of rotate out the room though. Are you trying to get up there? Is it not letting you? Not that we have room for it, but like, is there a spot where we could make a runway? Well, Hunters and Choppas has to go somewhere. Where do we want Hunters and Choppas? Oh wait, I still need to build another room. Okay, do we want another estate building on this side, or do we want another, like an ancient, one of the newer houses for the crafters? The new building? Wait. Wait. What if? What if pigs could fly? Or elephants could fly? The ancient has a balcony? Okay. So... Do we want the ancient over here? Oh, I gotta put these back. Okay. It's over a bit, but it's fine. Oh wait, should I maybe come in more? Probably. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. What's my stopping point? Nope, that won't work. It has to go out a hair. No, not the AC. Oh my gosh, Noi, I'm so sorry. Between you and Fire. I know Fire, the rain done came and conquered. I'm so sorry, Snowy. That is so annoying. And it's been so hot, so we've just like everybody's just been blasting their AC. Your power was out yesterday? Oh my goodness. What the heck is happening? Alright, y'all. Our neighborhood is looking incredible. Shout out to Darth for we probably should move our plot. Because this was top tier, the best idea ever. Now we look like we have a little neighborhood, y'all. Like now we don't gotta be like, oh, we got track homes. We don't have track homes, y'all. We have houses. And it's cozy as hell. Doesn't it look good? It looks so good. Okay. So I still have to put a house here for all of the crafters. So they're out of the way and not just all up in the space, y'all. Yeah, we have a whole neighborhood. Like, this is perfect. I think we're gonna need some more ancient bushes to go all the way around, so it kind of doesn't feel like there's just flat back here. I'll have to go to the garden plot for that. All right, let me put the pine trees back. Do we want just hunters and choppas back here? Yeah, where is it? It's free trial though, right? In the store. We have I think we have one more house. Two houses? But these two houses we had right here are technically open. I want this bubble glider, y'all. Like, cause literally nobody can tell me anything if I'm in there. Does the hair fit? Y'all, wait, does the hair fit? She came down in a bubble. I can't. Put red blast like that. Wait, this? Wait, how is this free? Wait, how is this free? The glide. Wait. Oh, you just go to tool. Oh wait, you just go to your tools and equip it. Oh, it's free that way. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Hi, PJ. Wait, I gotta see what this looks like. Look how cute! It's like I'm holding a crystal ball. Oh, it's adorable in every way, y'all. I'm still gonna buy it though. Free trial or not, we gotta keep this. we have to keep this. Okay. What'd you ask me? Did you ask something? Sorry, I got distracted by this thing. Welcome in, everybody. There is a mystery outfit giveaway going on right now. It is sponsored by Owl. If anyone else would like to sponsor a mystery outfit, there is a link to do so. I think it's kind of floating around in chat every so often. Pavers leading to the cooking area. Okay. What kind of pavers do you want? Stone. It is not Taco Bell. It is not Taco Bell. Stone to match. Okay, I can make that. I got plenty of stone. Not Taco Bell. It is still exclamation sweet. Do you want the round ones or the square ones or a mix of both? And do you want sandstone or do you just want concrete? A mix of everything to see what it looks like? Alright, we have a mix of a few things. I'm gonna move these guys out of the way. Now, let me just put this here so I know where I'm starting and where I'm ending. Okay, so I'm just gonna put these down so you have an idea of what they look like. Do the concrete pavers not get smaller? Okay, so no square. Okay, so let me pick this one up. Do you want a mix of the sandstone and the round? I'm gonna put them down and we'll figure out how to place them. I'm just working my way over here to get the foundation of it going, and then we can kind of move it around as we see fit. Okay, I'm just gonna mess around here. With what I... Oops. Can you Y'all, can you change the size of it before you place it down? Is that a thing? How do you change it? Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I didn't, but I think I like the color contrast too. And then we can kind of do little like lanterns to light the way all the way there. Like the little like garden lanterns or something. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, y'all. If you'd like to enter the giveaway, feel free to do so. You just got to be following. And I think we have like 30 more minutes of it. Does the... Oops. I was like trying to find a small version of this. That'll work. It's exclamation sweet. I'm gonna put more so it's like more filled in. I just need to make more. Does this get any smaller? So it's only 3 sizes. Welcome in, y'all. Exclamation point, not Taco Bell. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's not Taco Bell. Oops. Wait, I'm supposed to put this down somewhere. Guess we could use these trees too. Since they're not used for anything right now. I have tons of trees. I have tons of trees. They don't necessarily have to be here. I have plenty of them. Let me put some more. Let me make some more actually. Oh, I haven't seen this one yet. Oh my gosh, where's that one at? I need more of those. Like the little circle? Yeah, that one. Okay, now I need 1,000 more of these. We can go to the garden plot and grab some more. Alright, let me mix some more. Oh, I need more ceramic. Wait, what happened? What about the trees? You mean leave it here? Yeah, yeah, it can stay here. It's fine. Like, don't water it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. I have a couple of others, too. Here, hold on. Let's go to garden plot really quick. Let's go garden plot really quick and grab some more. I have some small ones, too, that I didn't water. Oh my gosh, watching everything disappear. I have this guy that I didn't water that we can put down. And we can use also regular trees too that aren't. Let me grab some more of these ancient bushes because we're gonna need those. Where do we get ancient bushes? Do I need to go do pixie bounce? Or wait, do I have? No, I just have a ton of them right here. These are all ancient bushes. I got plenty. I got plenty. I just gotta grab them. I don't know how many we need, but I'll grab them and we can water them. Are there any more flowers and things that we want to take over? Oh, I need one of these. Okay, got it. I'll grab two. Anything else? Let me grab the other tree. Do we need any more full-grown trees? I have the pine still on me, but do we want any of these junipers that are back here? I still have. You want some of these oaks? These tall oaks? The ones that are already fully grown? Or do you want some that are not grown yet? Because there's a couple of regular little babies over here too. You want to mix of both? I can grab these couple of young ones. Grab this adult one and then grab a couple of these. Mix of any size? Okay. Got it. Grab that one. Alright. Any others? Let me just check the time on the giveaway really quick. We got 20 minutes, y'all. 20 minutes for the first giveaway. Where? 2 hydrangeas. The blue ones? Because I have the other ones too. The mixed. I think. I have the 2. Oh, I have more in my box too. But do you want the blue ones specifically? You think blue? Okay. Got 2 blue. Anything else? I kind of like these forget-me-nots. I'm gonna grab a couple. They're going into my storage, but it's fine. You good? Let me just throw some stuff in my storage. I think that's why I'm a little full here. I still have the picnic basket. Might be good to have some small random flowers, but okay. Just anything? Okay, I have a bunch of flowers in my storage. I'm gonna put us back on community plot. All right. Let's finish this out here. Let me put these here, actually, and water them. Okay. What are those? Do we want them all the way around? Or do you want to put some, like... Where did you want the picnic area? Over here? Somewhere? I just need to put I had the picnic blanket still. Over here somewhere? There? Okay. I'm gonna put this here. You want all the trees here? Wait, did you want oak trees? Sorry, not juniper trees. You wanted the oak trees. Oops. Why does it say I don't have it on my... There we go. Okay, these are the full-grown ones that I'm just gonna place down. I think those are all the ones that I have. On this side, did we still want the pine? So I think this side we had pine trees. Okay. We're good there. I'm gonna finish the paper if I can. Sort this out. How full do we want this? Like really, really full? Oh, I crashed. Oh no. Well, first crash. You're good. Take your time. I'll just be here filling in papers. Yeah, like I feel like everybody's been crashing all day though. So that's your first crash. Or wait, did you crash earlier though? Like before I got on? Trying to figure out where to put this. Oh wait. How do I get rid of the grid? Oh, there you go. Oops. Dude, this doesn't take a lot of papers to fill this in. Is there a small... That's as small as it gets. Oh man, that's not gonna work. How come it doesn't get smaller? Okay, I need to actually go do the bulletin board starter quest. I haven't even ventured outside my plot yet. I assume there's a starter quest that we have to do before we fully start it. They just got really bright. I do have to talk to Ani. Okay. Do you want it to be fuller? Oh no, y'all are good. Y'all are good. Are you still on the plot, Darth? I'm gonna go talk to Ani really quick. Dude, the struggle of me really actually trying to fill this in. Okay. I'm gonna go talk to him really quick, and then we'll come back and continue. And hopefully I don't crash coming out here. And then maybe we can do some bug hunting, y'all? If you guys would like. Because Darth, we can always do some more decorating later. So we can do some group stuff while everybody's on. Because you and I are usually on later. Okay, it's 8:30 in the morning. Is he out here? Do you have to go to the board first before you talk to him? Yeah. Oops. Accepted the quest. Alright, let me go talk to him. Little guy getting surrounded.
Oh boy, I am so glad to see you.
Awesome. You're just in time. Or should I say official temporary interim bug scout leader. Oh my gosh, that's a mouthful. You're the best person for the job, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
The job was a bit extreme for them. Extremely non-existent. Gosh, dude. Alright, dude. I didn't know how long the title would take to say, but I guess I gotta respect it now. Anyways, they migrate every year around this time. They're supposed to come through Kilima, but they were taking a weird route these past few years. So we gotta make the most of it while they're here. I host a Shimmerfly catching competition every year to go along with the migration and award special honors for those troops that catch the most. Okay. Y'all, isn't that jar that we have? I can't remember if we got it from him. Aren't those supposed to be shimmerflies? That look like fireflies in a jar. And then send it to the headquarters. Okay. I'm not wearing that scarf thing.
Yeah.
Did we get his outfit? We should get his outfit. I'd help with the chores around the farm too. Y'all, 7 minutes, y'all. 7 minutes for the giveaway to be pulled. I'm gonna run an ad now so it doesn't happen in the middle of it, because it's gonna happen. It finally let you leave the plot. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Metal Scouts are going down. Not the Metal Scouts are going down. Alright, dude.
Take me on your neck.
I was about to say, what just happened? Where did we end up going? Alright. My 2 dailies are catching fish and catching fish. Love that. Love to see it. Alright. We need to catch... Oh my gosh, we have to do an RTB hunt. Which is fine. I'm totally fine with an RTB hunt. We need 30 shimmerflies, 20 dustwing butterflies, 10 star... Oh, I crashed. Oh, I crashed. It's the board. It's the board. It's definitely the board. Alright, back in I go. That's one crash. It's the board. So I'm not gonna look at the board. I'm gonna look at the board from our... I just want to be able to start it. Alright. Literally. Let me wait till this all loads in. Actually, I'm gonna go back home for a sec and look at the board from there. It looks like we have to catch shimmerflies, duskwing, RTBs, and night shadow butterflies. And then it looked like there was some food and elements. There was... Okay, come back here. We need to make candied coconuts. We need to make chapa. Okay, stuffed cabbage rolls and chapa. What do they got against chapas? We also... Oh, I need to make some... I don't have any beans right now. I need to grow some beans. Some carrots, some eggs, and some milk. Okay, that's easy. Not bad. So we gotta do flower event. I'm gonna swap to the other plot really quick. Well, you'll get them from the RTB hunt, so that's not gonna be too bad. I'm just gonna put some beans here. Since I definitely do not have any. All right, that's good. Grab everything else. I usually get rid of them because I used to have so many. So I might have some. I might have to just wait till we do some butterflies. All right. Perfect. Put that away. Oh, you want the makeshift picnic table too? All right, let me go back to that plot. Oh, do we want these trees over there? Actually, let me take these over there. These, I feel like, would fit. Alright, coming back. Waiting for everything to load back in. Okay, I wanted to make sure that I got the beans going because I definitely don't have any starred. And as for milk, oh, you got a shimmerfly? Wait, are you out in Kilima right now? Oh my goodness. Should we go do that? Should we go out and hunt? Oh wait, are we supposed to not be doing lures for those? Or are we just supposed to go around and find them? Okay, so no lures. So then just go around and catching them. Okay, I'm gonna just finish this paper really quick while we have 54 seconds before the giveaway is pulled, and then I will start the next one after that. Hi, darkness. I crashed. I crashed once, but I haven't crashed since. Lunaria! Lunaria, are you there? You won the giveaway. Lunaria. Lunaria, Lunaria. Oh my gosh, Lunaria, are you there? Lunaria, do you hear my voice? There you are. Congrats, Lunaria. Congrats, congrats. Alright, let's get this outfit over to you. Al, thank you again for sponsoring this giveaway. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can't type. I'm also trying to like panic type so that I don't like crash in the middle of giving you this. Alright, Lunaria, are you ready? Let's see what you get. Yeah, you gotta get out of Kilima. That's what it is. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Gillyfin! Oh my gosh, we gave this outfit out before. This is totally a repeat. This is totally a repeat. Congrats on your outfit. Congrats, congrats. Sweating my life out. Alright, next outfit is up, y'all. Enter if you would like. While I sort out what the heck I am doing. Yeah, I want to say not Taco Bell. uh, Darkness, are you on? Hi, Fire. Are you still crashing? Oh, I should have bought more ceramic. No, I have to go back to Kilima. I need ceramic. Darth, do not come over. I see people using... Yeah, but apparently lures are crashing the server. That's what the issue is right now. So, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't coming over while I was trying to go buy some more ceramic. Also, why did I feel like I was just gonna be seeing shimmerflies just like flying around all of Kilima? There's nothing up there. I thought it was gonna look like magical and mysterious, straight out of a fairy tale. It just looked like a typical day in Kilima. I haven't found him yet. I guess I thought that based off the video, but I also have to keep in mind it's a video, you know. Y'all, we are actively pushing for partner, so any lurk, any tab is greatly appreciated. I guess I was more thinking like this glittery purple blue streaks in the sky, not so much just being able to see them. Because the video made it seem like that's how they were gonna be, and I'm like, I looked up and I saw nothing, and I was like, wait, where is everything? Go to the lake? Okay. My bags are a bit full, but I can go over there. Let me just grab this last stack. Oh man, I grabbed one extra. The lake that we fish at, lake? This lake over here? Wait, where am I? Where am I? Over here. I got really lost really quick. Yeah, that's what I was like hoping for. Like that type of like romantic feel, you know? Am I supposed to see something out here? I'm gonna grab this clay though. Oh yeah, are they a nighttime thing? Or are they a daytime thing? No anytime? Someone said no anytime. I'm just not fortunate enough to see them yet. What is that lure for? I mean, I see a flare. Are they all over Kilima or in a certain spot in Kilima? All I will say is I truly, truly, truly hope that it doesn't get as ugly as Duskwing was when it first came out. That was ugly. Though this is temporary, so maybe it won't be so bad. I don't know. Is this flower event? Oh, this is flower event over here. Okay, well, let me go grab the things. Oh, you can get some gardenas over here. Darth. Oh gosh, I gotta send some stuff home. Never mind, I crashed. Psych! Somebody must have definitely brought out a lure. Psych! Don't go flower event. I'm not there. I mean, you can, but I'm not there. I don't know where I'm gonna be actually. Alright, loading back in. Okay. Well, since I'm by home, I'm just gonna go home and drop all of this stuff off first. Because I don't even know if I'm still on the same server with the flower event. Darth, did you at least get there? Yeah, okay. Are you still there? I'm just gonna put all this stuff in my... Okay, I'm gonna teleport to you then. If I can. Uh... I was like, this is not where I was standing. Oh, I see one. Wait, come back. Oh my gosh, they are fast little buggers. Oh, I got one. I got one. Yay, and it's starred. I'm keeping it. It's not going in there. I'm totally keeping that one. Oh, was the flower event disappearing in front of my eyes? Oh no, it is. It did. Oh well, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, Darth, you've been busy. Wait, they placed another lure? Oh no! Oh, I'm so gonna crash. Oh my gosh, no! Oh, that's so scary. Oh, and we went bye-bye. that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. The minute Darth goes, why would they put another lure? And I was like, well, I'm gonna crash. We called it. Oh, y'all. My aching heart. Dude, every time I load the game, for whatever reason, it always puts it on my second monitor. Yes, lures are crashing the whole server. Hi, Zach. Welcome in. Yeah, they're crashing the entire server. And it's one of those weird things. Honestly, update day. Look, y'all, I'm a WoW gamer, streamer. Been playing WoW my entire life. You crash on update day. Like, that's just how it is. Like, you expect bugs. Like, I never expect things to be perfect. It's just not going to be. That's not how these things work. Expect a lot of bugs, expect a lot of issues. We just gonna have to grin and bear it, unfortunately. Yeah, as long as you stay away from... It could be the Shimmerflies, but I feel like it's the lures that are actually crashing everybody. Now your dog hit the keyboard? Brandon. No, somebody's name is Sam's Club Hot Dog. First of all, congratulations. You won the name of the day, because that one is good. Oh yeah, I can go grab my tents. I probably won't crash out doing that, right? Somebody said sorry. Your username? Thank you for reminding me to grab my tents. Well, I crashed, and I'm also not sure if I'm on your server. So there's that. Oh, these are pretty. They said it's not the lures, so we're just crashing. Am I on your server? Oh, I am on your server. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I got one, but I want to place it. I want to go place it. I don't know where, but we're gonna place it. Oh, we can do it in the community center. I can place it there. Oh. Did we say we're gonna put the ancient house down? I'm gonna go back home and drop all the stuff off that I magically now have. Also, is there a good place for Shimmer? For Shimmerfly? You did manage to get one? Heck yeah. Congrats on your plushie. I want to try, just not with lures. I think I'm just gonna... Maji? Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, I didn't even get a chance to put my pet away. I think I meant to send my pet home with things, but I never got to. Okay. I do not know. Also, I need to know what this looks like. Look how pretty she is. Okay, she's just gonna go in the cooking area for now until we have a place for her. You're gonna be here. Look how pretty. Yeah, she's gonna stay there. Wait, what? With lures, I would go Maji, but without just the coast. So it's not the lures that are crashing us, and what is crashing us though? Because we'll still have to do it as a group, because in case people crash, that we can get back on the same server where the lure was. Like, we're definitely gonna have to do this as a group. I mean, we probably will collectively crash, but they said, we are told that in the Discord. Let me see. In the Discord, apparently that's not the case. We've seen your reports about the increase in crashes, and the team is actively investigating. Thank you so much for letting us know and for your patience. We share larger updates here and smaller progress in the Sixer tracker. You also may notice a daily quest reroll timer is currently longer than intended. We're working on an adjustment fix that will shorten it. And finally, the Shimmerfly dusted bug bomb skin accidentally fluttered out to everyone instead of in the premium store. Rather than taking it away mid-patch, we're calling it a free trial and letting everyone enjoy it for the rest of the patch. Oh, well, that's dope. Well, then I'll probably just wait to buy it then, just in case. They don't know what's crashing us. It's probably the flies, yeah. Well, it did just start, but you know somebody would complain about it. So they're like, let's just roll out. They have other problems. They have other problems that they need to get to first before they have to worry about this. Let's be real. I wouldn't worry about this right now. A free skin is is the least of their problems. This is true. People complain about everything. I'm sure their Discord is getting blown up by Fix Your Game and all this other crap that these. I don't get it. This game's supposed to be cozy, but people are just actual jerks. I feel so. I would not want to be a mod for that channel. I swear, people are not nice. What trees am I supposed to be? Oh, I got these. These and adult regular. Okay. Realistically, yeah. Oh, I need the fences. I mean the gates. Are these back far enough? Do we need to push these houses back a little? Like the other side? I just don't know why everybody's gotta be like just jerks. Do they need to push back some? Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make sure because I'm gonna put the fences back, so I just want to make sure that this is fine. Hi, Pon. How's it going? So I want to still give them enough space, to put the fences back. Yeah, there wasn't anything like structurally outside. Oh gosh, where am I going here? That definitely needs to be over some. Shoot. I would move up a bit. Not on the stones. Did you move the house? Or is the house still in the same spot? Is there good? How's it going, Pon? Okay, I just need to put the rest of these back first. Oops. Oh my gosh, I am struggling to move. Okay, there we go. That was a struggle, y'all. I'm just trying to line these all up, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm doing them properly. Is this over too much? Oh no, that one's fine. Okay, let's do these. Yeah, we're all pretty much crashed at this point. These houses gotta go back a bit. Oh wait, this is only one house. This actually doesn't need a wait, this is only one house. This one doesn't need a fence, right? I just realized. This one doesn't need a fence. Actually, it doesn't need to be. It does not need to be moved back. We're good. I'm tripping. Yeah, I forgot. Like, high key forgot. Oops. Oops. I got 7 just running around the lake though. Okay, perfect. We'll go venture out here in a sec. I just want to finish this really quick so that we can be done with at least the fences, and we can do everything else later. Okay, fences are done. Let me grab the bushes to put those back, and then we'll be good. All of the bushes that can go back. Y'all, our community plot is looking incredible. Oh wait, that is a baby one. He's got to get watered. I find it amusing how people are surprised that there are issues with the update. Yeah, people they'll complain every single time. Every single time they'll complain about the update going wrong, something bad happened, and then they'll rip the devs a new one, and I hate that. Like, y'all, like, come on. Like, they're doing the best they can. Like, shit happens. Like, we need to just extend grace and patience. They're doing the best that they can. We do not need to come after them for anything. Oh my gosh, yeah. I hope we get compensation for this. Like, the entire game is free, y'all. Free. Like, free 99. What compensation do you need? what compensation do you need? Like actually. Like, enlighten me. I'd love to know. The game is flipping beyond free. And I am grateful for it. The progress, it's cross-platform. The progress saves across platforms. Like, if I want to be on my Xbox, I can be on my Xbox. If I want to be on my computer. Like, yo, I'm grateful for it. We do not need to be coming after them for nothing. Honestly, I want to pat them on the back for this plot. Not our plot, obviously. Like, obviously, we did this. That's not what I'm saying. The layout of this landscape is top tier. Also, I wish we could get these houses. Because look at the little, like, look at the shutters. And the little, can we also talk about the signs on the walls? Can we have those too? Can we have these houses? They should have brought this through as a new housing line. Yes, the lunar paths do give us a lot of free things. And y'all, do y'all remember when they first came out? People were up in, they were throwing a fit. They were like, we have to pay for these. Like, no, you pay for the premium aspect of it, but essentially it's free. If you want the paid stuff, you can, but you're not obligated to pay for it. So, like, come on, y'all. Like, it's like Fortnite. Fortnite is completely free. Like, Fortnite is completely free, but you pay for premium. You pay for skins. You pay for this. You pay for that. Like, how is this any different? I don't know. I don't know. Y'all, I don't know. On a serious note, I think Palia need up the rating of this game. It's not a child friendly. No, it is not child friendly. Not with how horrible people are and their names alone. And their names alone are just like, what the hell just happened? Is there like a storage something I can put on the side of that building there? Y'all, we are just out here just decorating because, like, what else are we gonna do right now? With all the crashes when we leave our plot. Do you want multiple benches? I like the ranch house benches too. Oh, yeah, these. Yeah, I have them already. We can put them in front of the houses or maybe on the side of the houses. No, maybe not in front. Oh yeah. The rancher stuff. Let me go to the bench right quick. Oh, we can use this on the side of the house. Oh, I think I already have this cart, but I can make it. Okay. Well, we could put the trough. Oh, the trough just is so long. I was expecting this to be like much smaller. I'm definitely not good at glitching on the plot. I don't know how to glitch. Like, at all, y'all. At all. I need plant fiber. Where's that apple? We could. Wait, where are the apples? Yo, there is a mystery outfit giveaway if you'd like to enter. Did I miss the apple one? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I know there's a way to do it with like the red present. I forgot we have the fake apple trees. Oh, I can't put that in there. Am I the something? Okay, we can do something like that. And then I guess I could put these in there. No, I think I'm supposed to do two more apples. Finally, our apples are getting some use. Are they good? I'll have to check them out. And then I need one wooden crate. And I think I have the ranch. Let me see what ranch house stuff I have. Alright, I have a couple of these. Those will work. And then I have it's a chair. We can grab a couple of these guys. Throw them in the fountain. Hi, Bandy. How are you? Oops. Maybe I'll grab this guy and put it behind. Oh wait, it did fit. Oh my gosh, it did fit for like a second. Perfect. Okay, let me put some of these boxes here. And some apples in here. Wait, can I not put those in here? Oh wait, you can. It's just can't put it sideways. Oops. I'm just adding little things here and there to kind of make it feel a little. So that way we can keep the cooking area. Then we can do something else with the stable side. You know what I mean? And the greenhouse and the barn area can all be like together. Yo, I seen so many people on Palia game. Is it at a high? It's because we had an update today. We had an update today. Hi River. How's it going? Yeah, we had an update today, so a little crazy today. Everybody and their mama's on, you know. You know how update day is. It brings everybody back out into the woodworks. Got home not too long ago. Did you update your game? There's kind of a lot of crashes going on right now, but you know, we're surviving, y'all. We're surviving. We redid our community plot with the new landscape. So now our community plot feels a lot more cozy and a lot more lived in. This area is going to be for our crafters. We just haven't made Pandy. I will let you know if I need any graphics. I just completely overhauled all of my overlays just yesterday. So, yeah. I do. Which gazebo do you want? Like the gazebo that you put down that you build, or the pavilion? Wait, which one are you talking about? The gazebo? Let me see. Wait, do I have it? The Kilima gazebo? Is that going to be in here? Kilima pavilion? No. Gazebo? Which one do you mean? The pavilion? Where do you want it? You mean this thing? Oh shoot, what the heck am I building? This one already... Is one of these already built? I know, but which one are you talking about? Like the pavilion or the gazebo? Because I don't know if I have the gazebo. No, I don't. Well, maybe. Okay, wait, no, I do. Which one is the one that you have to build? They both have to be built? Which one do you want them? Yes, they do. So we have Princess Ladybug and we have the Shimmerfly plushies. And then there is a Royal Frogbert. There's a Royal Frogbert. You got a plushie? Well, you could be the first one to add it. It's a plushie. Exclamation point plushie. Not plush. And no number. No number. Just exclamation point plushie. Where do you want the gazebo? Right next to these houses right here that you just moved the fish. IE. There you go. Wait, where the hell am I? Over here. I'm like, wait, where am I? Wait, where the heck did you just... Where'd you just move it to? What the heck? There you go. There you go. You got it. You got it. You got it. It should go up to 1. It should go up to 1. No, no, you're good. You're good. It should move up to 1. We got our first one. And then we can put a bunch of flowers in here. Do we want a gazebo on 2 sides? Because I have 2. Or, no, we're putting the crafter building over here. Which building do you want here? Wait, yes to gazebos on both sides? Like another one on the side? No, we do not need to collect Princess Ladybugs for the bundle board. We need to collect 30 Shimmerflies, 20 Duskwing, 10 starred Night Shadow Butterflies, and 3 RTBs. And then the rest are just like random flowers, some food, and some produce. That's all. Which building am I crafting over here though? Am I doing a pavilion or am I doing the estate building over here? Or what are the buildings called? What are the new buildings called? The ancient. Am I doing ancient over there? Because I actually have to craft it. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some RTB hunts. Tomorrow and Thursday are gonna be our hit the ground running doing bug hunting. So we'll do RTB, Dustwing, Shimmerfly tomorrow. Hopefully they iron out the whole crashing thing, but we can start with those. Should we do ancient for crafting room or something else? Wait, do I not have the base building? That's a dormer. Oh, this is a house. Oh, I don't have any planks. I gotta make some planks. Okay, making some planks. You're gonna go see the new Spider-Man? Hell yeah. Did we want another pavilion on the other side? Or did we want just a crafting building? Are you making a bounce house? Yeah, another? Okay, let me put it down. We had one in the, like the flower one that you have, but we didn't. Oh, this definitely does needs to be moved, but let me upgrade it first. Okay. That is crafting. I love that we have just a whole path to our... There's a path to the garden. I guess we can do hunters and choppas back here. Or we can do it at the other end of the forest. Like, right? You want to do the picnic area with the forest, right? So what we could do is do hunters and choppas here. If it'll fit. Wait, where's the end of the... Here? Or we can do it on the other side. We can do it here. A little further down. What if we get the Elderwood one on the side with the witch houses and a gazebo on the side with the estates? Wait, huh? Where are you going with this? What do you... You gotta move the tree. Hold on. I moved the tree. Wait, what are you saying? Wait, what about the gazebo? Oh, so to put the okay, hold on, let me see. Can I put this over here for right now? Oh my gosh. I which Elderwood one? Do I have to go buy that one? Is that something you craft? Let me see if that's something you craft because I don't have it. Maybe I have to go buy it. Do I have to go buy it in the Elderwood shop? I think I have to go buy it in Elderwoods. No, it's this one. I think I know which one you're talking about. Let me go to the other plot. I think we have it on the on this plot. Yeah, but I think I have to buy it. It's not a craftable, right? You're talking about this pavilion. I mean this gazebo. You're talking about this one. I think I have to buy it. I don't remember crafting it. Maybe you do craft it. Yeah, I don't see it. I think I have to buy it. I think I actually have to go and buy it. Umbrian trellis. Wall. Do you want me to go to Elderwoods real quick? I can go check. Because I see the arch. I see everything else but that in here. I think I have to buy it. Let me go check. Actually, y'all, I'm gonna take a quick break and run an ad really quick, y'all. It is bought. Okay, I'm gonna go buy it and then I'm gonna come back. I don't even know, but I'm gonna take a quick break, y'all. I'm gonna run an ad. Do y'all want some words on stream while I walk away? Because I can do that for you. Okay, I'm gonna put on words on stream. I'm gonna be right back. Take a quick little break. BRB, y'all. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna let y'all finish that, and I'm gonna grab this gazebo real quick. And I'll head back. It's in one of these stores, yeah? It's this one. Oh, about that. I need essence. I'm 5. I need like 5,000 essence. That's a different day project. I won't have that right now. Okay. We will sort that on a different day. Did you not charge it? Okay, what would y'all like to do? I'll grab that essence on another day. Our community plot is like an ongoing project. For sure. No plushie. I do need to put some harvest boost on here though. Dude, this is why my storage is so full. I still haven't gotten it. It's wild. Not for the lack of trying, I tell ya. Let me grab some more fertilizer. Alright, back to the community plot. Thanks for hanging and vibing, y'all. Really appreciate it. We are working towards pushing for partner. We are 2 out of 6 for the month. Oh gosh. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, does that mean it's gonna give you... Wait, what color is your Twitch? Lunaria, what color is your Twitch color? Because for me, I see you like 3 different colors, and I don't know which one. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I'm so sorry I missed that while I was AFK. Welcome in. What about the ranch house? I think these ranch house benches look good here. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know what we can put in the middle. Maybe we can just like put one of these barrels or something. Or maybe a light or something. I don't know. Something in the middle. I don't know what. A lamp? Okay. Hi, Red. At the bot, are you on mobile or are you on PC? 30 more minutes, y'all, to enter the giveaway for a mystery outfit. So at the bottom of chat, you click on your name or like the symbol next to your name at the bottom of chat. Sorry, I gotta go to it just fully walk you step by step with this one. Hi, Wildfire. There's like a little symbol next to your name. When you click there and you scroll all the way down the bottom, you can pick a color. If you have Prime, you can pick an actual hex code. But if not, then you pick a global code all the way down at the very bottom. How's it going, Wildfire? How's it going? Other than that, there is another place you could do it with Prime. It's like a Twitch color. It's like a completely different one. Hey, congrats on your plushie. If you want to add it to the account, you're more than welcome to. Did you say a lamp? You said a lamp. Does Ranch House have a lamp? Okay, you change it to red. So yeah, so if you were to type like love or like Evie for partner, that'll trigger the hearts. Or the channel point will trigger the hearts. But if you want your actual Twitch color name, you'll have to actually like type it. But if you don't care and you just want to see the hearts, then you use channel point. Is there a ranch style lamp like I can put down? There's a log cabin lamp, but I don't think that one's gonna work. There's a Ravenwood one. Ooh, will these work on our path? So then you should see anytime you type any of those triggers, like how Snowy just did, it'll show up the heart that floats up in the air will be your Twitch color. Do we want to put these to light the path to the cooking area? These little guys? Okay. And then we can change them. I think we can change the color of them. I don't know how many we need. Trying to figure out where to space them. That might be too far apart. All right, I need like 2 more. Well, kudos to me to constantly making light bulbs. That's why I have so many. There we go. I can fill this in a little bit more, but we at least have a little path that leads to our cooking area now. I don't know where to put this. I also gotta move all of those plushies to somewhere. Gosh, these things are huge. I'm in the way. Okay. Oh, those or the different or the a different kind. A barrel and a crate stack. Okay. Just one of each? 2 barrels in a crate. Okay. Gotcha. I might have actually let me check to see if I already have it crafted before I actually make it. I have 1 barrel. Ooh, and I have 1 wood stack already. 2 barrels. 2 barrels, 1 look at that. I didn't have to craft a thing. Oh, a crash. The fact that you keep crashing and I'm just here is wild. I'm gonna just leave these here for you to carry out your vision. Y'all, this looks so cozy. This is wild. This came out so good. Oh wait, greenhouse. Oh my, I need to put another one on that side. I didn't realize there was one there. Do we have those? Nope. Oh my gosh, I ended up in the hopper that's inside the building? How? Oh, because it's not greenhouse, it's green home. Then I probably do already have it. Nope, I don't. Oh my gosh, I know. But I feel like that's everybody though. It's not just console. Okay, let me water these. Okay, we can... I don't have any more seeds. Do you get seeds from these when they're fully grown? Holler? That's definitely not the placement. Okay, perfect. Then we can put some more in the forest. Okay, let's see. There's still time to enter the giveaway if you'd like. You have about 20 minutes. Let me see here. I can close that. Okay. Was I making something else for you? Okay. Just let me know. And I can get the tent made. Did we say what lamp we wanted? The Raven? We need that mic for the gazebo. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need copper. Did we decide what house we wanted for the crafters? Okay. I think I have copper in here. If not, I'm gonna have to go buy some. Oh yeah, we're for sure out of Okay, Lunaria, we'll be here. We'll be here for a little while. I still feel like I haven't yet to explore because I haven't been outside yet. Did you want these picnic tables out here? I know I didn't even I asked but like didn't even ask. I asked but didn't wait for a response. Well, obviously we need apple pie if I have any. We do. Gosh, I don't know where to put this hay. I guess I can put it here. I don't know how I feel about this being back here, so I think I'm gonna not have it back there. And push this a little further. Oh wait, I can't. It just doesn't like fit right there. It's like on top of something and I just can't tell. Kinda. Alright, we're just gonna pick it up. Oops. Alright. Am I missing anything? I need to put a well back here. I'm gonna get another well and put it here. So when I go get the copper, I'll grab a well. Do we need anything else in town? I will move these here. Into the forest area so I remember to water them. Okay. Did you say you wanted this gazebo here? Do we just want to keep this one for now? And we'll replace it later. I think I put it enough back. Move it a hair. It's always gonna teleport me. Oh my gosh. Wait, should I bring it? No, it's fine. I can say. Okay. Those houses are done. Did we say we wanted a raven lamp for there? Let me make one really quick, or I might actually have one in storage. And then let's go catch some butterflies, if we can, if we don't crash too much. Do we want one more bench right here on that side? I didn't know what you wanted to do with the barrels and the, yeah, looks like you're moving them. I don't know what we want to do there. Do you just want one more ranch bench there? Hello? Oh no, it's not letting, oh, I was like, it's not letting me craft. Is that the ranch? That's the ranch house bench? Ugh, I need copper. Alright, I need to go get copper. Look how twinkly lights. Dude. Is this still crafting? Can I move it while it's being built? Yes, I can. I know. I don't have any copper, like, at all. Do you want something here? Anything else on that side with the barrels and the boxes? I really wish we can go inside these houses. Maybe like just a couple of them would be cool. Because this one even has like a little sign outside. Like, come on now. You know how cute that would be, like a little bookstore. Just something to block off the side. Okay, got you. I can add one of these over there. So the apples are kind of... Okay. Are we good for now? I'm gonna put everything else away. We can go out into Kilima. See what we can conjure up. I'm gonna put these apple pies over here though. How's the update treating everybody? Or is everybody still crashing? Oh my gosh, you can't place on here? Oh, you can. It was just being weird. Shall we go try? I'm gonna grab some smoke candles because they seem to be a little skittish. And I'm not bringing... Oh wait, I can bring lures? That's not crashing us? I'm gonna need to farm gold and moss. Do we want to try to find some bugs? Alright, y'all. Less than 10 minutes for this giveaway. Yeah? Alright. Let's do it. I'll let you walk out first. This is the second giveaway, so you probably entered the first, but probably not the second. Thanks so much for hanging out, y'all. As we continue our partner push. Where shall we go? By the lake? Or Maji? Does fish still work? Is the fishing game still working? Oh yeah, it is. And obviously, that still works. Dude, the little hearts was like the perfect addition to that. You saw Snowy? No, where are you? Snowy, are you out here? Snowy, are you out here? Did Dars just out you? Oh wait, I can't. Later. I don't think it's the lures. I just went a whole hour without crashing. Okay, then we can go do some lures in Maji if y'all want. Oh. Oh. Just kidding. I I wonder what is causing all these crashes, y'all. Like, what is it? No, I jinxed it. It's okay. It's not you. It's the game. Well, I hope it doesn't crash when I have to do this outfit. Oh my gosh. Yo, why? Alright, let me just keep an eye on the giveaway so I don't lose it. Alright, 6 minutes, y'all. Well, I'm not far from where I was, so progress. Snowy! Alright, I'm gonna just call it here. Good luck on the giveaway. Oh, I haven't even seen the duet dance yet. Can I look at the store really quick before I crash? Oh, you have to buy one or the other or buy both? Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna K-pop it out. Snore crash? Oh no. I'm probably gonna crash mid-dance. You might buy two, Loki. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, that's right. We both can do it on the platform. Oh my goodness. Okay. Shall we mosey to Maji Hollow in hopes that we do not crash? In hopes that we do not crash. Yeah, but I'm just gonna buy them. I'm just gonna buy them. I only have one sawmill at the moment, so that has all of the Highland stuff in there right now. Should we put a lure down and hope for the best? And hope for the best. And oh wait, there's one. Oh wait, what is? Oh my god. Oh wait, we have to wait till morning time for Duskwing, huh? I mean, it's technically morning, but not for Duskwing. Dude, I need so many starred one of these guys. Y'all, we're at Maji Hollow if you'd like to join. Thank you for the partner hype. They go down fairly quickly. It's just they spook easily. Hi, Al. Try not to run, just walk. Oh gosh, there's one way the heck over there. Oh no, it already went. It already went bye-bye. I probably should have waited till Duskwing time. I didn't even think about that until I came out here. Darth, can you invite Al to the party? Pretty please. I'm not trying to catch these, but I guess I can. Oh wait, oh wait, oh, Darth definitely crashed. Oh. Darth definitely crashed because he's not here. No, you're good, you're good, you're good. Don't worry, it's when you come back. Alright, 1 minute, y'all. 1 minute for the mystery outfit. I will say they're really pretty. Oh, so I made it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait to put the next lure down at 3 o'clock. Because then we can at least get Duskwing at that time. Instead of the moth. Do you want to pass me lead real quick? Or actually just don't do that. I crashed. Never mind, don't do that. I crashed. Never mind. Just you got this. Oh my gosh. Keem! Keem, are you there? Keem, you want the giveaway? Keem, are you there? Keem? Keem, do you hear my voice? Are you still there? Keem, are you there? Keem? Keem, are you there? Y'all, I don't know if Keem's there. Keem, you got like 20 seconds. 10, 9. Oh no, I don't think Keem's there. Okay. It's gonna re-roll it. It's gonna re-roll it. Ow! Oh my goodness. Ow. Ow, you won. Look at the karma. It's the karma coming back to you. You sponsored one and the very next one. The very next one you won. Al, you gotta type claim. There you go. You got it. Yay. Okay. I'm back in the game. I'm going to send this to you before I crash again. As quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. And then I will start the next giveaway, y'all. Oh my gosh. Between all these crashes, I have to make the giveaway so long because I don't even know if I'll be in the game to give the outfit. Okay, we ready? I'm all like speed gifting. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, wait, is that the new outfit? Wait, hold on. Which outfit is this? Is that the new, like the sushi chef outfit? Which outfit is this? I don't care. It's really cute. I don't know this one either, but it's cute. It looks like it has a back piece. It looks like it has a back piece. Congrats, Al. Congrats. Okay, it does have a cute little basket. Okay. Then I think I do know what which one this one is. Oh my gosh. Words are flipping hard. All right, next outfit is up, y'all. Good luck. All right, I'm gonna come back to the friends, but I think I'm gonna teleport there. No, I know that the crashing is probably so frustrating, y'all. I totally get it. Oh, you're on your way there? Oh, shoot. Oh, where do I teleport to? Wait, Snowy, you're still there? You're still there? Okay. Oh, okay, you're still here. Okay, I'm gonna... Just kidding, I crashed. Oh my gosh. I made it to you, though. I made it to you. I just long enough to watch you disappear in front of my eyes. Oh my goodness. Y'all. We can't help but laugh, because what are we gonna do? Cry? Like, I kind of want to cry a little bit, but like, what can we actually do, you know? There's nothing. You have to just wait it out and hope for the best. Might have to do community decorating. But actually... Is it just Kilima that's crashing? Is it just Kilima's crashing? Or is it everywhere crashing? No, can happen anywhere? Oh. Well. Is everybody still crash out somewhere? Not crash out somewhere. Oh my gosh, that sounds miserable. About to crash out? Like literally, like figuratively? Like an emotional crash out? Like, I feel that. Anyone else getting kicked repeatedly? I went to Bahari and crashed. Oh no. That means we are crashing everywhere. No. Yeah, we definitely can. Okay, well, while it's still morning time, I'm just gonna throw this down and hope in hopes that I don't crash. Cause they definitely spook like really quickly. Not a party bonus. Oh wait, you told me not to run. Don't run, you're gonna spook the game. Wait, but actually though, don't run because you're gonna spook the game. The game's gonna get scared and crash out. Ah. I don't know. I'm just happy they go. Oh wait, somebody else just put another lure down. Oh my gosh. That's gonna be chaotic. I crashed. Yeah. I I saw that one coming. I saw that one coming. Dude, you know how many error reports are gonna get? Because I realized that I'm hitting the button send and restart. Oh my gosh. It's fine. I have a lot of patience for games, y'all. Like I said, being an avid WoW player, there's crashes and bugs and things every patch or update day. So I'm kind of used to it. Oh hey, I still stayed with friends. It didn't make me disappear. I mean, I did disappear, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm still here. I didn't get to go that far. I didn't have to travel back. Gosh dang it. I'm gonna miss out on Duskwing because I can't find him. Oh no, you crashed? We need a crash command. How many times are you gonna crash today? I will keep the lures up as much as I can with me crashing. As I put the lure down. As I put the lure down and me saying the words. Holy moly, y'all. The fact that it will not keep my settings on my monitor is the weirdest thing. It just refuses. Well, there's 9 people ahead of me. Exclamation point sweet. Dude, why is it so warm in here? Besides the fact that I have all of these lights and equipment on. Oh, it's because my AC decided to just give up for the night. Well, I'm back. Let me loot before something happens. Loot as you go, y'all. Loot as you go. Do not wait to loot. I'm trying to give everybody a chance to hit this Duskwing. Just keeps moving. How much are these things worth? Oh, that's interesting. I just wanted to look at the price of the bug. I'm sorry, Darkness. I'm sorry. I know that's super frustrating that you couldn't play because the controller problem, and now everybody's having a problem. I mean, I'm sure they're working as quickly as they can to fix whatever the issue might be, because no developer wants people to give up on their game, right? So I'm sure they're working as hard as they can. I don't know if we're gonna see a fix tonight, though. To be honest, I don't know. Yeah, they probably are doing overtime tonight. I do feel bad. You just honestly never know what's gonna happen until the patch goes live, and then that's when things go sideways. Because it's not like they let people test it, right? Like, we just don't know what's gonna happen until it hits the server. And then at that point, we're effed. I was trying not to let it go, but... Dude, these Shimmerflies are fast little buggers. They be zooming. Come back. Come back. Gosh, wait. Actually, though, come back. I want this starred one. Yo, you don't want to get caught? Okay, that's what I thought. If I can grab these before something unfortunate happens. Oh, you're starred too. Come back. Wait. Where did you go? Oh, you're up there. Y'all, our counter today should have been exclamation point crash instead of plushie. Who knew that the crashes would outweigh? I can feel a crash coming because I'm kind of like stuttering around. So I'm probably gonna crash. Not this person disappearing in front of me. Oh my goodness gracious me. Is everybody else crashing? Is everybody else surviving? Kinda surviving? Trying to survive? I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening anymore. mean Shimmerfly, right? It's a horror game watching those around you picked off one by one. Dude, for real. Because one minute they're there and the next minute they're not. It's like, who got picked off next? Dude. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait to put the lure down. I'm gonna wait. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I'm so sorry. It's not even my fault, but I feel bad. You want a crash counter? I can use the old plushie counter. Let me see if I can rework that command. Let me see if I can rework the old plushie command. I'm so sorry, y'all. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Hold on. Let me figure out what this is gonna say. Alright, that's the count. Ouch. That's the count. So this one needs to. We're so wrong for this. Okay, it should be the it should the same way as the Moz, but it should be exclamation crash and a number. Dude, the way that I have to do this every single time I load in is very frustrating. I don't know why I won't save my monitor. There we go. We're starting the count now, so if everybody wants to add their one, they can. Since we have a new plushie one, I was just able to use the plushie one and I reworked it to say crash instead of plushie. Wait, what happened? Wait, you crashed? Oh no, you ran all the way over here with your fit, but then you crashed? No. Not the crash doing you dirty. Y'all, this count gonna be high. This count gonna be high. Does the does the plushie Does the plushie show up in the middle like normal plushies, or does it show up like how Duskwing used to be? No! Oh no! You have to write the number. Sorry, y'all. You have to write the number. Oh my gosh, are y'all adding numbers now? 6. Actually, that's fair and valid, because it's probably something around there. She probably crashed twice. She probably crashed twice. she's adding more to the count. I mean, let's be real, we're probably already at 20 plus. So it really the number should be starting at 20. Y'all, I'm about to add crash to the hearts. Should we add crash as a keyword for the hearts to go off to make us feel a little bit better about crashing? But it's not, but like it might, just like a little, you know. I gotta see if it works first. Let me just, I'm trying to find it. I don't know if I have to write exclamation crash or just crash. I'm adding both. Shoot. I don't know. I don't know which one's gonna add. I don't know which one's gonna work. They did say it wasn't the lures. Then yeah, then it wasn't the lures. That's the thing what I appreciate about them is they're very honest in their intentions and letting us know really what's going on. They're very they're very straightforward about that. So if they say it's not the lures, it's not the lures. You know what I mean? I do need to grab these though. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my gosh, look at the little hat. Stop it. It's so cute. It is so cute. Oh my gosh, stop. Darth. It re-rolled. There's look, outfits are what they are. If you're not here, there's nothing I can do about it. There's literally nothing I can do about it. It re-rolls. I've said that from the beginning. And I will still continue to say it. I can't hold them. No, the bug is not fixed. Yes, we're still crashing, and we're keeping score. And every time we crash, we now have little hearts across the screen. So hey, a win is a win. I really wish it would keep my monitor settings. Every single time it puts me, like every single time it puts me on my second monitor and not like this is not my primary monitor. Can we? Can we please just keep it? I wish I could just set this and it just won't. It just keeps changing every single time. What's up, Zool? How's it going? Is anyone able to help with my requests? I mean, I can't even load in the game. I'll try. Person wants a Duskwing. Do I have RTBs? Wait, do I actually have RTBs? It actually was trying to let me give one. I got 15. Here, you can take one. I didn't think I had any. Sorry, y'all. I'll put another layer down once I sort my life out. Dude, the minute I get up. Oh, it says I'm not in a party. Oh, I crashed. That time I felt it coming. I stuttered and then I crashed. Ah. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. Man, oh man, y'all. Well, it has some bugs. And by bug, I mean we definitely can't play very well currently. They first have to figure out what the problem is, and I think that's the bigger issue, is figuring out what's causing the crashes. Because honestly, I don't think they know. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh my... No. What happened? What happened? Wait, what happened? You got a plushie right when you all crashed? Oh. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's all good. Look, Yeah, it's a little buggy. It's a little buggy. You gotta give it some patience. You will crash. Currently the party is full. I don't know who the rest of the randoms that are here, if they have a party going on. Hi Che, how's it going? We could split parties though. Oh, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna throw as many... I crashed. I was like, I'm gonna throw as many bombs as I can. I crashed. Our little hearts are filling up though, y'all. Every time we crash. Man. Like how did we get here? Yeah. We're just gonna be crashing for a little while. I literally have to do this every single time. For whatever reason, it will not let me change my primary monitor, and I don't want it to be. Yeah, but it just sucks for all the console players that couldn't play, or like it was just really hard to play, and then now today it's rough. Absolutely rough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on PC. I swapped to PC when the last update with the console. So I switched then, and then now I'm on PC. I'm just gonna try to hit as many as I can while I see them. You don't have to add a number. You don't have to add a number. You just have to do plushie for this counter. But you're good. It counted. It counted. It counted. Though it counted. But you don't have to do a number for the plushies, just for the crashes. Because the crash one is like the old plushie one, and the new plushie one doesn't require a number. Oh, I'm about to crash. Oh, maybe not. Did we see any Duskwings? It's okay, y'all. If I could figure out a way to make that command not include a number, I totally would, but I don't think I can. I think we have to include a number. Good luck, y'all. Oh. Oh man, y'all. We're going through it. We're going through it. But I appreciate y'all lurking and tapping, honestly. Especially since we're actively trying to push for partner with all of the issues that are happening. I appreciate y'all sticking with me through all of this. This is insane. Not on your Dell. Oh my gosh. The plushie command is exclamation plushie. The plushie command is just exclamation plushie. No numbers. No numbers. It's completely up to y'all. I can change it. Do you guys prefer plush or plushie? Because it can be either. I can make that command. So it's just completely up to you. Oh, not me throwing snowballs. Oh, I forgot these things were in here. Oh, well that's cool. I'll be back. I'm out of bug bags. If I make it back. I gotta get to town and back safely. We'll see how that goes. I might crash from one way or the other. Thanks, y'all. It'll be fine. What I'm not gonna do is turn this in. That's what I'm not gonna do. I'm holding on to these these butterflies for dear life until I can actually access the the way I don't have room. Oh my gosh. Alright, that's as much as I can use. Alright, I'm gonna try to teleport back to you instead of run back there. Hopefully I survive. Hopefully I survive the journey. Okay, Snowy Crash. Darth, are you still there? Can I teleport to you? Nope, Darth's gone too. Shoot, who's still over there? Is anybody still over there? Oh my gosh. Keem, okay, Keem. I teleported back to you. Holy moly. Yo, that was rough. I'll start going down my list, seeing everybody in my everybody in my party is just not there. I said, wait, hold on. I think all my friends are gone. Oh my gosh, what? Hold on, I need those wings. What? That's a whole other outfit. Y'all, what outfit is that with the wings? Did you see her wings? Who got the wings? Who has the wings? Oh, it's that's the potion? How do I get it? Where do I buy it? Ah, you get them from the lunar path? Oh. You can't buy it? You can't buy it? No? Also, I didn't even look at this. You get a crown. That's cute. I feel like you can go buy these somewhere. There's no way. These are very dramatic and really pretty. Oh, these eyes are insane. Alright. This path is wild. Okay, bye. You can kick me, it's fine. Oh. Did I get kicked? Do I have to kick myself? I have to kick myself. Oh. Man. We out here struggling. We are struggling, y'all. This is bad. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. I don't wait, hold on. Did you just add 50 to the counter? Oh my gosh. I don't even know what the count was, but you know what? That's fair. Dude, I usually only have to do this one time, and it's super frustrating that I have to swap this every time I crash. Alright, y'all. Rough. Yeah, I know Switch is really frustrating right now, but right now it's pretty much everybody crashing. It's not just a it's not specific to anybody at this point. I also have no idea what is happening right now. Everybody was just frozen to me. That was scary. I feel like every time I put down a lure, like I just disappear after that. And I'm not saying it's the lure that's the problem. I'm saying that I keep missing out on plushies and things because I keep getting gone. Oh, it's nighttime. It's nighttime, y'all. We missed out on the Duskwing portion. Oh, I'm about to get gone. Throw the bug. Oh my gosh. Yep, I'm gone. Y'all, what can we do? Besides cry. I mean, I wasn't crashing, but I had to reset. So, yeah. I wasn't crashing, but I did have to reset. So, that's pretty much the same thing. It was just it was freezing a lot. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Anybody get any plushies? I'm still trying to sort my life out and actually fully come back. Wait, that one's like so far gone. Wait, did I actually hit that one? No way. No way. I did that so far. No, I don't know what the counter was at. I'm just gonna put it back to 80. It's got to be a number, y'all. It's got to be a number after the crash. All right, I put it at 80. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I'm spooking everything in front of me now. I will say, as Nat said, try not to run around too much. I don't know if if it's like a rendering problem, then that's why we're disconnecting. I don't know. It's trying to render too many things. Now I take it back. I'm glad these things aren't in the sky because it would be so much worse. And we out. Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my gosh. Let me break it. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it. I promise. Let me just break it. Let me break the count. Let me break the count. Let me break the count. Oh my gosh. Holy. I'm sorry. I'm pushing too many buttons. Okay, that's better. How many hearts were across the screen? Ugh. Yo, why? Why are we suffering? Because all we want is a plushie. Alright. Fixing this issue ASAP right now. Actually, I really don't want to change my setting. No, I'm not doing it. I'm just gonna keep having to mess with it every single time. I don't want to change my primary because it's technically my second monitor that I play the game on. And I want it to stay on this monitor. I don't want it to swap. Okay, let me let everything render back in. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The only issue with us doing this now is that we're getting all these moths and hardly any shimmer. Wait, I have a bag right here? Oh. Oh my gosh, I would have cried. I would have cried if we were trying to fish up a moth and we kept crashing. I can handle some bugs. I can handle bugs flying around me. What I can't handle is... Hi, Red. What I can't handle is the losing a moth. That's already a pain in the butt to get. So, absolutely not. Grab the Shimmerflies as you can. Just hope you don't crash. I went in to do my daily stuff and cook for the board for the bugs until things are more stable. Not trying for the bugs until things are more stable. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much we're just crashing at any point in time now. We're crashing more frequently. Like, I'm pretty much now coming in just to crash and then piecing right back out. If we want to go after this lure to just go back to community plot and maybe cook or do something else if we don't want to keep trying for these bugs right now, but we can keep, I mean, I'm willing to keep trying until at least everybody gets the ones they need. As long as you hit the thing before you crash, you'll come back and loot the thing. Cooking also crashes? Oh, well then. I'll just tell you. Just keep trying. Just keep trying. Hi, Brett. I think we have to spook these things because we're not getting any spawning, and I'm just gonna get rid of them. I don't know if there's just like too many of them around or whatnot. I don't know, but I'm just trying to get them out of here. Because I'm actually not seeing any shimmer spawn. Oh no, it's gonna be the next like 2 minutes. You can feel when you're gonna crash because it gets like really like stuttery. I am a little sad that we missed out on plushies, but what can you do? I mean, I'm timing them with the lures. I'll put a lure down and I'm crashing a few times in the lures. So lures are what, 5 minutes? So yeah, I'm crashing at least 2 to 3 times within that 5-minute period. I feel like the crash is happening. I think it's just like regardless of what you do. I don't think it's a specific thing that's causing the crash. Well, obviously it is, but we don't know what it is. I guess is a better way of me saying. Because you could be just standing there and you'll crash. So I don't know if it's that. Yep. No, that is the number when we decided to start documenting how many we've gotten. So I'm pretty sure that number is like at 100. But we don't know that for sure because we just kept crashing over and over again. I will say I crashed a heck of a lot more out here than I did at home. So I'm not sure what that means. Change my name to Bandicoot because you're Crash Bandicoot. I see what you did there. I had to explain that one in case anyone didn't get the reference. Y'all. Well, we're definitely creeping up to the 100 mark. What about channel points? What, you want me to... There's no... Wait, what about channel points? Oh my god. Welcome back to the chaos of us crashing. Welcome back to the jungle. Welcome back to the crashes. Welcome back to... Oh no, it's not even an again. It's a continuance. We are continuing to crash. Did that work? Did I see hearts? The joys of update day. I would like some plushies too. Unfortunately, I already missed out on one. So we're here. Hoping for the best. Wait, come back here. They just spook so easily. Yep, that is the counter. That is the counter from when we decided to just randomly start counting them. The counter is probably higher. Hi, Ray. We are. We've been back for a couple months now. At least since the bulletin board before this last one. You have 1,000 hours. Oh my gosh. Did the mystery outfit come up for me to I'll do it in 7 minutes. It'll come back up in 7 minutes. There's still time for mystery outfit, y'all. It's like 35 minutes. Between all of these crashes. I'd have to combine my hours between PC and console, because since I played both, so I have to look what my console hours are. I don't know what they are. My proudest moment. Yeah, I don't even think you want to know my hours. I used to spend on this thing for so many hours. I don't think anyone wants to know my hours. I don't actually know what they are. As I said, that they'd be combined with PC. So on PC, I only have 300 hours, but I mainly played on. Wait, what? Wait, what just popped up? Wait, what just popped up? I don't even know what just popped up because nothing popped up. Wait, did I miss something? What did it not show? A sub popped up, but did it tell me that somebody subbed? Wait, where? Thank you for the sub, whoever you are, because it didn't tell me. Like, at all. Oh yeah, it could be. Did you renew? Is that what it popped up? You resubbed? It just didn't pop up. Thank you for the resub. Oh my gosh, I did, because it didn't pop up. I was like, I don't know what just happened. I just saw some random banner go across the top for like a second. Uh, are you still on the Discord? Because that's where I've been posting when I go live. Oh, I'm about to crash. Even though I just came back. No sudden movements. But yeah, like I said, we came back the bulletin board before this one. Wait, Darth, did you leave? Those that are here can start a second party. Keem, Lunaria, Red. Unless you guys are already in a party, then you can grab. Wait, Wait, but are you not here? You're taking a break? Oh, okay. This is wild work, y'all. This is so wild. I can grab. If someone wants to start a second party, that'd be great. Yeah, it's truly just random when either you'll be looting, you'll be throwing, everything has everything is getting crashed out here. Alright, let me load back in. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a little eye break with one satellite. Crazy, 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 y'all. Wait, I can't tell if I hit that one or not. Yeah, if someone wants to make a second party, that'd be great. If not, I know with all the crashes and stuff, I don't know who's like up. The crazy thing is I have loot bags and I just have to loot. Okay. You did? Okay. Then let me grab. Did you grab? Wait, inspect. Oh, I'm not leader. Actually, I don't know who defaulted leader. I don't know if it's not, I don't think it's me. Or maybe I am. Maybe I just can't invite anybody. I don't know. Hold on, let me look. Oh no, it is me. Okay. Who still needs a party? It might just be bugged out because when I clicked the button, it wouldn't let me do anything. Oh, I need to pin that message. Y'all just let me know who else needs a party invite. If you're all, if everybody's in a party, then we'll have to get rid of all of these moths to spawn the Duskwing since the time changed. They all go bye-bye. I don't think they take forever to despawn, so I'm just gonna try to get rid of them. See, now there's like 1,000 of them because of the time change. I'm literally just throwing bombs at this point. I'll come back and loot when I come back from a DC. Because the way I don't want to loot right now. Oh my gosh, you can tell when people are disconnected after a lure. They're just standing there with their arms up. Yeah, it's been nonstop since I've been out in the Kilima. So, kind of just hoping for the best here. I know. Oh, all my loot is gone. So I didn't get to loot. It all disappeared. Well, yeah, shucks. Okay, I'm going back to my advice of loot as I go. This is wild, y'all. It's like literally no sudden movements, just... Oh, I'm gonna DC. It's like I stutter right before a DC, and then I DC. Did I change servers? Maybe? I just came back. I'm on a different server? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well then that's probably why I didn't have loot. Well, Red and I are both on this server. Wait, Al, are you still in the game? Wait, how come I didn't... Did all of us get put on a different server? Because I loaded back into a different server, which is crazy. Well, that sucks. Because that means I lost all the loot on the other server then. Well, I hope there wasn't a plushie. I mean, but WoW has the same issues. Like, when WoW has a patch, it has, like, a lot of issues too. And we pay for that, so... I mean, we're in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. And I don't think there's anything we can do about it, but just hope that they fix it soon. It's just unfortunate situation, y'all. It really is. Well, WoW also has years of this shit happening. They also have test servers to test things. This game does not. They don't test anything until it goes live, and then when it goes live, shit breaks. That's just the unfortunate situation of how they roll out their patches. What's up, Scoop? How's it going? Dude, I'm not saying one or the other. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, this is a free game. The devs are doing the best they can. Patch day is just an unfortunate series of events. Yeah, exactly. Just like when WoW, when we get that massive just like when we get that massive update in WoW, like that's gonna be insane. Like everything's gonna be fucking broken. I'm just really annoyed that I have to keep changing my monitor every single time I crash. It's a very frustrating experience. Right, trying to figure out what happens. Are they really about to bring that? What is it, a raccoon? That's a raccoon, right? Am I on the server with y'all? This is y'all running around, right? Dude, I just see everybody just disappearing around me. Oh my gosh. Nice Snowy. You gotta space it out. It's at 109 right now. Come out of your coffin? Did you actually sleep? Probably not, no. Probably not. Probably not at all, actually. You did? I am shocked. I am shocked. Crash number 110. I forgot to change my monitor. Y'all. It's gonna crash before I even get to change my monitor. Oh, all the loot is gone? No. Dude, that's some actual frustrating thing. I keep disconnecting, not getting... I come back to no loot. Wild. I'm trying to keep up with the fact. Has anyone gotten any plushies since we've been out here? Again? Oh man. I'm totally missing. Your best bet is to just try to come to the location and then try to teleport. Because getting out here is one chore, and trying to get to the server is another. Oh my gosh, I finally got a plushie! But I don't know where my team is. Oh, Snowy's right here, but Snowy, did you crash? No, please don't make me crash. No, you're not moving. No. Oh my gosh, how and why? Wait, did it not add it? Oh, it did. The new Shimmerfly one. Or they could just give me a second one for the price of one. You just gotta add a space in between the crash and the number. So if you're trying to add 3, you just gotta do exclamation crash space the number. This is pure chaos. Oh wait, I don't even want to go to my inventory. Let me not go to my inventory. Let me just stick it out being here. I don't even know what I'm trying to hit right now. Okay, Snowy, you're here. Al, are you still out here somewhere? Yeah. Here, I can invite you. I crashed. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm gonna have to go get some more lures. So I'm gonna have to go home at some point when somebody else is here and not crash. Oh, I didn't mean to type that. I meant to type crash. Oh, but I did get 2, didn't I? Technically. I'm ready to be home and not crash. Oh, I mean, Darth was crashing on the plot too, so I don't know if that's really gonna matter. I think we're just crashing regardless. Alright, loading back in. Checking the giveaway. Giveaway has 15 minutes for the mystery outfit, y'all. Am I on the same server as... I sure the hell am not. It put me on a whole other server that is not y'all. I don't know who these people are, and I'm trying to get back to my friends. Who's still on that server? Game, are you still on that server? I'm gonna teleport to you, if so. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you. We are still actively pushing for partner, y'all, so every little bit definitely counts. Thank you for the partner hype. Okay, now I'm on the server with y'all. Oh my gosh, okay. Who still needed an invite to a party? Because I think I tried to invite somebody. That one went bye-bye. Oh, I'm about to lag. I can try inviting you from the party list. See if that works. Did that work? Okay, perfect. There you go. At least you're in the party now. I can finally get... You got your first Apple Jam plush? Hell yeah. Congrats. I will join you with that at some point. I'm not there yet. I have yet to get one. Oops, not that. I have yet to get one. Y'all, I'm gonna go home really quickly, and I'm gonna come back. So y'all... Be right back. I gotta go grab some more lures. Okay. I'm gonna put all this stuff away once I get into the plot. Alright, who is still up? Such a valid question. Who is still there that I can teleport to? Kim? Are you there? Al? You are? Okay. Okay. Like somebody? Anybody? I just need to be on the same server as y'all. I don't know if I will. Are you adding Zol, are you adding 5 total crashes? Because you only need to, if you're only crashing 1 time, you need to just put 1, not 5. You don't need to go up in the count. The count will go up on its own. You just gotta put 1 if you're crashing. Unless you're not keeping track of every single time you crash and you're adding the actual number, then you can do it that way as well. You just gotta put 1. If pretty much we're just doing 1 every time we crash. I'm actually proud I didn't crash on the way here. I thought I was gonna crash on the way here. I crashed you on the way here? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I traded you the crash. Hell, we don't even know anymore. Wait. Is some weird miracle happening? I probably shouldn't say anything. I'm gonna jinx it. Our counter is already broken. 132 crashes is way too many. I got it. No, you're good. I'm making mental notes every so often of what the count is, so you're good. I still do it too, so it's not. It's all good, y'all. It's all good. If I could figure out a way to not have a number, that'd be great. But the problem is like that's when like it works for the Maws, right? When we get double Maws, you put 2. So that's why there's like a number involved. But if I can set it up where there is no number, then that'd probably be better. Also, this whole thing is going away after today. There's no way we're keeping this counter. So actually we don't have to worry about it. And we're done with Maws, so. Well, I mean, you can still keep catching Maws if you want to, but we are over 100 now, y'all. We are at, what's our Maws count? 104, I think? Yeah, it's 104. Are people okay? Y'all are still crashing, huh? Interesting, interesting. Just gonna chalk this up as a maybe win. It's almost like I went home and it reset. I don't know. Oh, while I was home, I should have put the oh, I'm gonna run out of bug bombs here in a second. Y'all, I am... Oh, okay. I lasted for a cool minute on that one. Then we all just crashed all at the same time, damn near. What the hell? Alright, coming back in. Understandable, y'all. I get it. Crashing is very frustrating. Oh, I am not on the server with y'all. It definitely put me in a whole other server. And I'm waiting for my friends list to populate so that I can rejoin y'all. Okay, hang on. Okay. Who's still on that same server? Thank you for the partner hype. Hi Lorla, how's it going? Wait, what happened about the music? I don't even know who I'm joining. Okay, I'm just gonna go this one. Wait, am I missing something? Wait, what happened? Is it not playing? There's kind of a lot going on right now, so if something is broken, y'all just just yell at me because I can't keep up. Between crashing and trying to reset everything every single time, I can't keep up. I think it's I don't know who the top 3 are, but we can find out. I'm not sure. Candy machine is a little candy machine that pops up on my screen. And it just redeems like a different type of candy. Snow, are you tapping out? Or did you mean to leave, Snowy? Wait, Snowy, did you mean to leave? Ah, gotcha. No worries. Yeah, we can sort it out at some point. I don't know who it is. But I feel like Darth has the top at this point, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's definitely doing it more frequently, I feel like, now. So they haven't put any update in the Discord, have they? Alright, we have a winner in 10 seconds. And hopefully I don't get disconnected before we give this outfit. Keem! Look at the karma coming back around! Keem, you won. Keem, you won. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm hoping that I don't crash while I give you this outfit. Maybe... I was like, maybe we should wait till the crash happens and then give the outfit. Also, I think I'm crashing, but I haven't crashed yet. Am I still in the game? I stopped moving. Hello? Oh no. What's happening? Hello? I'm gonna crash myself. Yeah, I had to just I was fully out on that one. Holy heck. Alright, when I get back in, I will get your outfit. Oh my gosh. Crazy, y'all. Me watching my own stream to get my own drops. I mean, if it works. Alright, loading back in. Good night, Red. Good night, good night. Rest well, dude. Rest well. Alright. Loading in. Seeing where I end up. Am I with I think I'm with y'all. Okay, I'm just not gonna move. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh, this is just This is not great, but what can we do but laugh about it? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Mesa Sky. Why does this look like the other outfit that we just gave out? The first one. Is this not the same? Wait, is this in the same family? About to crash out over these crashes. Yeah, that's fair. It's completely fair. Ooh, well, congrats. It was meant to be. All right, I'm gonna do one more because I feel like we're gonna crash out at some point, and we aren't gonna be actually able to stay on the game. Like, I'm waiting for them to like take the. You got the Princess Ladybug? Where'd you get the Princess Ladybug? Oh my gosh, I forgot about the Princess Ladybug. It's exclamation point plushie. No numbers. Plushie, no numbers. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Good luck on the giveaway. This will probably be the last one of the night, just because it's getting a little hard to stay on the game long enough to be able to give out the outfits. So, which is getting harder and harder to do. Yeah, it's a little much. Yeah. If I could guarantee me staying in the game, it'd be different, but I'm currently not. What's up, Star? How's it going? Darkness, for the plushie, you just do exclamation plushie, and that'll add to the count. Being in a party instead of not being in a party. Yeah, it disappears every time I try to load back in. I have to wait. Of course. Congrats again on your outfit. All right, loading back in. It should have went up to a 7, which is perfect. Okay, here we go. Loading back in. Where did you do Princess Ladybug? Darkness. You know what's crazy, y'all? I added that little picture, the background on the back of my stream. just for like when I do patch notes and things, like there's something in the background, but it's been saving me because I keep crashing, so it's not a black screen. It's like been a saving grace. How many of these more do y'all want to? Oh wait, it's definitely nighttime, so this will be the last one because the other bug isn't going to be there either. I mean, the Duskwing's not going to be there. That's if we're lucky enough to get the Mozzie taken over. Mommy like literally throwing that from a mile away. Oh, I'm about to crash. There was a Dustwing there? There's a bag right here? Just a random bag, y'all. Just a random bag. We can go try for... I got it at C8. I had a Buzzy Jar on. Oh, so don't if we go back in game after crash. Okay. But we could probably do it by the lake, right? The lake has Wait, C8? Where did you say C8? Oh, down here? Could you... Do people still put the lures on the beach to get them to pop up? The Princess Ladybug? I'm not even seeing any spawn. That's the bad thing about the malls. Oh, it has a cute little hat. Wait, stop. That is such a cute... That's such a cute outfit. And it has a robe. Stop it. That's adorable. And you can dye it. Sorry, people are thinking we're jumping for plushies. We're definitely not jumping for plushies. They saw on both sides, C8 and around the pond. Okay, so I can probably put a lure at the pond. We can try there. Hope for the best. I don't think any of these shimmer... These... You gotta put a number or it's gonna break the bot. I got it. That is some crazy luck. Y'all want to go try for Princess Ladybug? Oh, I crash. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I break the bot again. Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah. Holy moly. You're just gonna stay crashing right now. Is everybody crashing? We're all crashing, right? We're all collectively crashing. Okay, loading back in. Lake, right? You can do lake for princess. No, not somebody hitting your parked car. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry. That's super frustrating. Is Princess Ladybug out all day? Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of them hitting and running. And probably no witnesses whatsoever. Can we do like alert here? Ah, that sucks. Will insurance cover it? I mean, what's the worst that'll happen? Oh my gosh, I can't. Oh, I did hit that one. Did I put you in the Discord? Of of where you were when you got it? What's the picture of? Insurance totaled the car. Oh my gosh. No. Can you rent a car? Okay, let me see what your picture is. Oh, what it looks like? Well, I crashed. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That is a definite series of too many unfortunate events happening at the exact same time. Well, you do have to count the blessing of the fact that you weren't in the car when it got hit, but losing your car is not a good thing. Alright, I was around the lake, y'all, but I don't know who else was there, and yeah. Was anybody on my server when I crashed? Because I don't think I'm still gonna be here. Nope, I'm not on this. Are you on the server that I was on? Because I'm now on a different server. This coming back to a server you're not on is not fun. Or is this still the same server? Yeah, I don't blame y'all. If y'all don't want to keep trying. Who? Upland area. Keem, are you out here? Okay. Not at telling me that the friends are not on the plot. Darkness, are you out here? No, you're at home. Oh my goodness gracious me. All right. Well, where's a better place? Can we do Princess Ladybug here? Darkness? Also, I think I need to take a stretch break. Y'all, I think I'm going to take a quick little break cuz I have been sitting this entire time while everybody has been crashing. I'm going to take a quick little break. More down by the coast. Okay. I will mosey that way when I come back. I'm just going to take a quick little break. So here's some words on stream, y'all. I will be right back, okay? Okay, I'm back. And I came back to being crashed. Alright, guess we'll do one more game of words on stream because I am still crashed. We'll come back here in a sec, y'all. Oh my goodness. This is one of the most frustrating updates, I think. Which I know last update was pretty frustrating, but this is like a everybody and mama getting kicked, you know, kind of frustrating. Good night, Britt. Good night, good night. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll catch you tomorrow. Rest well. You think we're gonna crash out if we play Hot Pot? Oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of things that we could do. I think we're just gonna crash out regardless. I don't think it matters where we go. Well, I appreciate y'all lurking. We are still trying to push for partner, so every little bit definitely helps. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate y'all. Truly. Would not be able to do any of this without you. This is true. Decorating does have the least amount of crashes. We probably could decorate. Thank you for the partner hype. Alright, I'm switching back over. Darkness, did you mean down here? Like by the coast? I think I disconnected. Alright, we're gonna just do that, because that has definitely what happened. We can try some decorating for a little if... Look around again. When I load back in, I will. Holy moly, what the heck? Yeah, big tree by coast, anywhere in that area. Okay. I will try. I will try one lure and see what happens. If not, we can go back to doing some decorating. So here? But I might DC. Oh no. Oh no, why is it only when I get have to be starred? It's gonna run from me. Me and my crappy bag. Oh my gosh. No, I crashed. It takes too many bags to get it. Ugh, y'all. I need a friend on that one. I don't have my bag leveled up. Mine's completely broken from all of the bug hunting we do. I need to phone a friend. I'm loading back in. Oh, you mean the Insect Palooza? Could you imagine if we have to do Insect Palooza with all the crashes? There's absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way that would happen. Right. Totally fine. You said you're heading this way, but I think we're on 2 different servers. Amanda! Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Amanda. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, Fire. Oh, I'm probably gonna crash. I'm probably gonna crash. Thank you, Soy. I see it. Welcome in, everybody. I'm just gonna stand here. I'm just gonna stand here and hope for the best. Amanda, how was your stream? What were y'all up to? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft. Reanimal. What is that about? It was scary. Oh my gosh. Is that a scary game? I've never heard of that one. Oh my gosh. No. We are checking out the update. Today it's been a little bit of a struggle. It's pretty much crashing us every couple minutes, y'all. So it's a lot. It's a lot. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. Reanimal's a 26 horror adventure video game developed. Okay. The story follows a brother and sister duo as they survive a flooded, hellish version of their home island, which has been inhabited by hostile creatures while attempting to save their 3 friends. So is it co-op? Oh my gosh, that's insane. That's actually insane. That's insane. Thank you for the partner hype. Yo, we are also partner pushing, y'all. So I appreciate the lurks and the tabs. If you can, if you need a raid and run, please go get rest, go get food. Thank you for the raid. You see me? You see me? Wait, Keem, I see you too. Are you in a group? Are you in a group in a different group? Keem, go ahead and leave. I can invite you. We also, thank you, my Rapunzel outfit. We also have a mystery outfit giveaway if you guys would like to enter. Alright, I'm gonna put this down and hope that I don't get kicked again. Fingers crossed? I might get kicked. I don't have any buzzy jars, Darkness, or I would use run. Okay, thank you again for the raid. Enjoy your food. Have a good rest of your night. Yes, you can change your hair color and you can change the flowers. All of it is customizable. Because your hair is one thing, but the flowers are a different thing too. So both can be changed. Oh, and I'm out. And it was nice to see y'all. Alright, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Oh my goodness, these crashes are insane. One did pop up before I crashed the first time. Did y'all see another one pop up? It did pop up there. So Darkness is on the nose or on the money about that. Anyone know what these wing potions are for? They're not for anything. I think they're just a cosmetic item. They're just to have these cool wings. Because who doesn't want cool wings? I also want that bubble. I need that bubble in my life. Yeah, it just gives you wings for an hour. That's pretty much it. Do we get to keep them? Because I kind of want like 1,000 of these potions. And I think it put me on a new server. Not with my friends. So there's that. Oh man. Y'all, we are just... We're down for the count today. I don't know how much... That's so frustrating. Oh well. I didn't even put a pen. Did somebody else put it? No, just me. I'm gonna try to join your lobby again. Hopefully. We'll try. Yeah, I thought they were permanent too. And I was like, dang it. I was like, they're so cute. Wait, is there a lure already here? Oh gosh, there is. Okay, okay. Let me get my life together. Has anybody seen a Princess Ladybug anywhere? Oh no! You crashed! No! I guess technically. It's okay. Darkness, I don't necessarily... Oh, I can't even loot. I'm that bugged out I can't even loot. Or at least I can't loot that. Oh, there's one. Get out of my way, butterfly! No! It went in the water! How am I supposed to... Oh my gosh, y'all. The ladybug went in the water. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. I'm just gonna... There's one on me, and it's moving. It's still in the water. It's still in the water, and I don't think I'm getting credit for it. I'm being taunted by a ladybug, y'all. I can't hit it. Oh, is it down? Oh wait, it's down. It's down. It wasn't showing anything. Oh my gosh, this is a struggle. We're struggling today, y'all. You got the plushie? Hell yeah. Did you get the... Wait, the butterfly one? Or the ladybug? I still can't loot this. I don't even know what this is, but can't loot it. Hell yeah. Congrats on your plushie. Thanks for the love. Okay. Darkness, I'll put in a request for it if I can stay on long enough to request it. Okay, I said to request it for one. But I might crash before you even get to fill it. I still don't... Yep. We crashed. Man, y'all. Who knew today was gonna be a rough day? Yeah, no, we... something's going on with this update, and it's causing everyone to crash no matter what you're doing. Whether you're at home, whether you're out in the world, it doesn't matter. We're just beyond crashed. Yeah, no, they did. 1000%. That's why we have a crash counter, and that crash counter is not even accurate. It's actually more. We just stopped counting after a certain point. That counter happened when we were like, huh, we should do a counter. That was well after we had been crashing already. And then I was like, all right. And then here we are. That's what that counter is. So we're probably somewhere around 200 to 250. And that isn't an exaggeration. That is how. Oh no. I don't think my friends are here. I don't think my friends are here. Oh man. Yeah, like 250 easy. Like probably closer to like 300. Like 250 to 300 is probably putting that nicely. Also, is anyone else still out here? Darkness, I know you're out here, but are you on the same server as everybody? At the moment, I'm here. The fact that we have to say that scares me. Okay, friends. Okay, I see you. I see you. Let me put this down before I crash. Did the request ever go through? Okay, you did. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. No, it's not the lure. Oh my gosh, we need to stop spreading that false information. It's not the lure. I thought they already said that it's not the lure. We need to stop. We need people to stop saying that. Ladybug! A ladybug! Oh, there's a ladybug! There's a ladybug and it's running. It's scooting. Okay, I got it, but I don't know if anyone else got a chance to hit it. Oh, another one! Kill another one! Game, turn around! Game, turn around! Oh my gosh, I hit that one too. Man! Oh, I'm out. Y'all, this is literal heartbreak. We should have made the hearts be heartbreak hearts, not loving hearts. Holy moly. Y'all, every time we crash, the hearts go up, just in case anyone was wondering. We add as a keyword. Yeah, pretty much. That's all we're doing. It's just swapping back and forth. I just do not understand why it won't keep my monitor settings. I usually do this once when I start stream and never again. But because I crash every 2 seconds now. I wanna cry. Whose eyes are those? Is that supposed to be Frogbert eyes? Stop it. Darth, where did you get that emote? Are those supposed to be giant Frogbert eyes? Those are hilarious. Yo. No, my friends aren't here. Oh, y'all. Y'all. They have it as a sticker? How did I not see that one? Okay. Friends. Join server. This is wild. Like, we're just crashing every 2 seconds at this point. It's pretty new, I think. Okay, because I don't remember seeing that one. Okay. I see names I recognize. I'm on the right server. Thank goodness. Also, I almost hit this person's outfit because they have a bee and a fairy next to them, and I swear I thought they were one of the bugs. Like, I really was about, like, I swear, like, I really was about to hit, because they have the bee on one side and the butterfly on the other, and it threw me off. It threw me off. Oh my gosh. Hey, at least we got a fun, fancy smoke bag, bomb, thing. What? 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 It's so far away. Why is it so far away? Wait, what? Why? It's the Buzzy Jar picking. Oh, no. It already got spooked. Psych. Psych. Oh, I crashed. Y'all, thank God we didn't turn this into a drinking game. Throwing it out there. Because I would have been mad. I would have been mad and toasted all at the same time. No, we cannot. No. 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 We would not. No, we are not doing that. That was just like a funny haha. That was a funny haha. That wasn't supposed to be a real statement. That we're not doing that. We're not. we are not doing that. We are not like y'all, that is so funny. Okay. How is it every time I load in, I'm not with y'all? You know how much precious time I'm wasting trying to find y'all because I have to wait for the friends list to get its life together? Oh my gosh. Darkness, are you out here? Hey, you passed your classes, hell yeah! Oh my goodness, congrats. Wait, did I just see somebody I just recognized and then I just joined the well, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. Friends? Friends? Friends! I found friends again! Nah. Y'all, I was kidding! I don't even have any alcohol. I'm not drinking anything. I have like 0 alcohol here, y'all, so I really was kidding. It was just a joke. We were just trying to laugh and joke at our pain at this point. I hate it. I'm pretty sure I wasted half my buzz jar just trying to get out of here. Wait, what? Wait, who gone? Oh gosh. I don't even see I don't even see one ladybug. Every time I crash, You're feeling pretty good now? I'm feeling pretty good now. Oh, that's so valid. Like, how did we get here? Like how did we get here? Dude, that thing was hauling. Oh no. Oh, no sudden movement. No sudden movement. I can't, y'all. I feel bad for all the people that maybe like just getting on after work or something to just realize, yeah, that we've been crashing all day. Like, we've been suffering for hours, y'all. Hours. Ooh, a ladybug. A ladybug. Oh, no plushie. At least I was here for it. Could have been crashed out on a whole other server. Darkness! Darkness, where are you? How do you keep... Like, where are you crashed out at? I feel like we're all gonna be crashed out and not wanting to play this game, and that's really sad, because I really want to keep playing this game. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. My lights are a little delayed. Y'all, if you're gonna try to get on the game, I would spare your heart and emotion, because this is pretty rough right now. Like, you're just gonna keep crashing over and over and over again. Thank you. Yeah, this is a Rapunzel outfit. I haven't gotten the new one yet, but you know, I had to stick with the fairy tale theme. I came up with people using alert and Crash thought I was good for a hot minute. Damn. We're only good for like a cool second. Because we're not good for a hot minute. Because we're only cool. You know what? I already said it and now I realize that it just sounds ridiculous. So forget it. Forget it. Are y'all gonna get the matching dances too? Because that would be cute. I really want to get the dance, but like I don't, you know, like. Oh, you already have it? Oh, but wait, can I dance with you? Oh my gosh, I can! Yo, why is my hair whipping around everywhere? What is going on? Yo. Yo, did y'all see my hair? Could have took somebody out. Clean cold. Oh my gosh. Dude, my hair whipped around. That was so funny. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my gosh. That is such a cute outfit. I need it. I so need it. It's so cute. Eventually. Eventually, I will get it. Oh. Thank you for the partner hype. We are pushing for partner, y'all. Every little bit helps. We are 2 out of 6 so far. We need 4 more for this month. Oh, we have it. We have it on the community plot. We'll have to do a tour of the community plot here in a minute. We have been working on it. Moving the houses around to feel way more cozy. Y'all, this is an absolute travesty. Have they said anything yet? Have they said anything yet? What is that game about? Oh, you can start it with either one, and then whoever joins you is your opposite. That's cool. It's exclamation point sweet. Yeah, you have 2 emotes. Okay. Okay, let me load back in properly. Oh, that one's already gone. I mean, we're trying, y'all. We're looking for this Princess Ladybug. Oh, my Buzzy Jar about to go bye-bye. Oh wait, is there one right here? Oh gosh, there's one right here. Oh, I didn't hit it in time. Does anyone else still need their shimmer flies for the board? I just can't access the board. The board glitches out for me, and then I'll probably just crash. Oh, you made it back? Heck yeah. I know, I thought I was gonna crash out and end up somewhere else. Did we finally end up a server popular enough? I said, y'all can stay with your friends. Oh, I gotta go to my inventory really quickly. Please don't crash me. Please don't crash me. Please don't crash me. Please don't crash me. Okay, we're good. Are we seeing any princess ladybugs anywhere? My buzzy jar about to go out. Gosh, I don't know what's going on with my computer. I might have to go back and get some. Go grab a buzzy jar. Oh no, everybody's still crashing. Oh no, yo. Dude, we're about to hit 200. Yeah, we can take a break and look at the plot. I'll just wait till this lure is done, and then I'll head back to the plot. I have no idea where this bag is. Oh. Yep. We're just gonna have to just call that a GG for that lure. I don't think I'm gonna make it back to the same spot. Okay, loading back in. When I get back, I'm just gonna go back to the plot. I mean, after today, we're not gonna have a crash count, so it's gonna go back to where its purpose is. Because the crash is breaking my heart. It's not a good thing. There's nothing good about this anymore. Are you having any crashing in the Highlands? But not as often. Gotcha. Wait, it went in there? These are so cute. Dang it, we need more of those. Okay, so this is our community plot that you may have seen before. But we put it on the new landscape. So before it was like one side was estate, one side was cottage. Well, now we have a little neighborhood. So all the houses are on either side now. Is this gonna be a forest? Yeah. It used to be a Christmas theme, but now it's no worries. No worries, Keem. No wonder. I get it, y'all. I get it. Trust me. I do. Tap out. Get rest. Okay. Hiyo. I'm just going back over here to water. Feel free to look around. Just don't water anything. We're keeping some stuff small, I would say. So if anyone comes over, just don't water. We are purposely keeping some stuff small. Still no apple jam plushie, y'all. I know it exists, just not for me. Oh my god, there's just like no good way to put this. Oh, it doesn't allow free placement, so it's either there or there. Okay. This is still the bakery, y'all. This is still like the bakery in the middle. Apples, greenhouse, barn. And then let's see. Oh, this is a house that we don't know what we're gonna do with yet. Okay, I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this yet. Yeah, I know this whole crashing thing has been insane. Most of the houses on either one of these rows are already claimed. So, I believe that's Fire's house. This is Darth's house. This is Snowy's house. And why we still need her couch. She's still missing her couch. Her couch is not here. We don't have it. Maybe we can fish on the plot, y'all. Maybe we can do some fishing on the plot. And see if we can get Snowy's couch. Eventually we're gonna put the... Which one is it again? Ancient? Darth? Let me see if I have enough. What is it? Estate? What is it called again? Ancient. Oh, I still need way more planks. Okay. Can I take one of these guys and pick you up? But yeah, feel free to come over, y'all. We are just gonna probably do a little decorating. And probably I need to get some essence, so if anybody wants to do an essence farm, we can maybe try to do that. Maybe we won't crash as much in the Elder Woods. I don't know. But I will say, by some sort of blessing, I'm not crashing yet. Okay. So you think you're crashing out in the Highlands every 5-ish minutes? Oh gosh, so you're still crashing out, but just not as many times. Wait, what you mean? I don't know if there's another house available. Let me see. I don't know who owns these two houses. Oh, no one? Wait. Wait, no, wait. This one's supposed to be Race's house. This one is... I don't know if Lynn's still gonna keep... This one's supposed to be Race's house. Oh, wait. It popped up for me now. These three are Calzone, Red, and Keem. I don't know if Lynn is gonna come back, to be completely honest with you. So, Al, if you would like this house, you can, and if Lynn comes back, we can take one of those houses over there that's available. But it's completely up to you if you want a house or not. Yeah, okay. Do you want it to be upstairs? Oh wait, this one already has the upstairs. Okay, this is all set up already. Let me know which furniture you want. That's kind of how we did it last time. They were just yeah, let me separate this house first. Wait, how do I... Oh wait, I was like, how do I separate these two? Wait, will it not let me separate them? Oh, I just have to put the door back, huh? That is not where that should be. That's wrong. Oh my gosh, where did I... How do you access just the base? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna move it over here for a second. F? But just the base? Okay, base room. There we go. If it will let me... So this should be here. This should be here. And then that's all closed. But then, oops. How do you do... Oh, wait, no, I just need to do a... Is it already done? Okay. Do we have an extra sign somewhere? I can grab one. Because shouldn't we have... Oh, wait. Is this a sign? Wait, there's a sign right here. Just kidding. Now... This one could still be the community center. And then this... Or... Should we do... Or I can just do it... Can I do a different building for the community center? I mean, we only need one room. We don't need like a giant room. And it's upstairs. Do you want this house, Lineria? This one right here, on the end? Okay. I won't put this one as you. Community building? I can't. Oh my gosh. Darn. Okay. You can have that one at the end. This one will be the community building. next door. Bakery in the middle still. And then we have these couple of houses. I will check in with Red still wants his, I'm sure. I'll check in with Calzone and I'll check in with Race if they still want their houses or not. If not, we can funnel them back into others. If not, whenever y'all get on, you can build your house. I'm fine either way. Let me put the fencing around those houses. Let me grab some fencing. That's crazy. We haven't disconnected once here, y'all. Y'all have been running around with no issues whatsoever. But yeah, Al, if you want to go into like one of the houses that is decorated and kind of just give an idea of like what theme you want, like furniture wise, and then just let me know what it is you want, and then I can make it and I can deliver it to you. I think I might have to push these houses back. Just a smidge. What is it? Alt? Alt. Okay, did I mess up anything? Yes? No. Maybe. Maybe. Oh wait, no. I can just put that back. Heck yeah. Okay, let me just move this back. Perfect. Alright, now I can actually put the fencing here. Alright. Is this off? I guess it's not off. Okay. Perfect. Now we can just do something like this. Or maybe move this tree over. I'm trying to see if it's... Did that work? Yeah, okay, cool. Oops, I messed it up already. Alright. And then... Oops. Somehow I always click on the wrong thing. Okay. There we go. And then let me add the bushes at the end. Alright, y'all, we still got 20 minutes before the final giveaway. Just because it's already... With all the crashes and everything, it's so chaotic. These will grow bigger, so we'll add more if we need to. And then we'll add some color. So I'm probably gonna do bushes all the way around, and then we'll do plants kind of inside as well. All right, fencing all the way around. Let me get you another. Let me get you another tree. I need another pine tree, huh? Yeah. Well, you can take this one for now, and then I'll grab another one. Wait, where are we putting the tree? Here in the corner? Or maybe further in? Am I missing anything in here? Oh, stairs. But this is a community. I need to put the stairs in there. What are those stairs called? I can craft them now. Just wooden stairs? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me put the stairs down and then figure out where I want that. Yeah. That way I can put this up against this wall, I think. Yeah, perfect. And our little honorary snowman. I don't build often. I don't get to build often, so this is fun that we got our community plot. I need to make another one of these benches, right? Do we want these on all the ends? Do we want these benches on all of the ends? The ends with the fences? Yeah? Okay, so I need 2 there, 2 here, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And maybe I'll fit one here. So 13. I'll make 13. Oh, you know what? I never went. I never bought the copper. I need to go back to Kilima. Y'all, I gotta crash my way to Kilima to buy materials. No. Not crash my way there. I have to get materials. I have to get materials. Wait, do we need more trees? Good night, Lineria. Good night, good night. Catch you tomorrow. Just have an idea, maybe tomorrow or the next day or just whenever, of what you want for your furniture for your house. And then I can get it crafted and stuff. Oh wait, that's not a. Oh wait, that's not a. Nope, nope. Oh no, we're still crashing, y'all. Oh no, what did I do with all the trees? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh no, I don't know what I did with all the trees. Did I put them all down? I could have swore I got more. Did I? Maybe I didn't get more of them. Maybe I didn't get any more flow trees. I'll have to go grab some. Has anyone crashed while being on the plot yet? Let me know Do you want like a little like swing? Is there like a swing chair, swing bench, swing something to go right there? Do you want this one? I'm gonna put it down just so that you can see which one. We have that one and we have the Umbrian one. If you want the Umbrian one, I have it too, but I kind of like that one better. That one's cute. Let me see what other furniture, miscellaneous items I might have that we could utilize. Right? It looks so like it was meant for us. It was so meant for because we already had the neighborhood idea. Like, look how good this looks. Just like top down, y'all. Like, this is perfect. So on this side, we're gonna keep this gazebo. Oh no, we're gonna get the Umbrian gazebo when I can. I don't have the essence for it. And then I'm gonna put a little ancient house over here in this back corner for crafting. So I can move all the crafters inside. So they can be inside. And then our cooking area, obviously, is right here. Off plot. And then, like, look at all the town around. It's so cute. Good night, Snowy. Good night, good night. We'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging. Should be right at the entrance. I'm gonna move all these plushies so we can kind of build. If we want, we can build something where it encases the like a shed. We can build like a little shed for our shipping container, and on the other side can be our stable sign. So let me just move all of these plushies. Okay. There you go. Oh wait, let me grab this guy too. Let's see. Dude, what do you need to build that? I'm not good at building outside the Actually, let me just put these maws in here so I don't forget. We have 10 Highland sharks and 6 maws in here. That's wild. That's actually wild. And there's still some on the plot. I think I still want to build... I'll put this here. You can chill out with your friends. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You have 24 maws in your box and 8 Highland. Holy hell. Your total count ended up being 15 maws. Any Highland sharks? Dude, I know we're not that of an open house. Also, I need to fill in the greenhouse because it's a little empty and bare right now. What the heck was that sound? Hello? Hello? What magical sound was that? What in the Santa is happening? What in the Santa is happening? What is that actual sound? Dart, wait, Dart, what the heck is that sound? It like straight sounds like Santa Claus is showing up on the rooftops of what just happened. Wait, is that you moving the apple tree? Oh, okay. That's what that sound is. That's interesting. That is interesting. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The heck? Um. We want some sort of water feature here, like a fountain of sorts, like Sinner, maybe a baby fountain here. Okay. Let me see which fountain. Thank you for the follow, y'all. Thank you, thank you. My follows are anonymous. Feel free to hang out and lurk if you'd like. We are actively pushing for partners, so if you'd like to leave a tab and lurk and get your drops, you're more than welcome. Do you have the Choppa one? What is it called? Do you know what it's called? Yeah, I don't either. Also, I kind of need this. Let's see what this looks like. Wait, I can't put the... Oh, it's wallpaper? Aw, lame. Oh my goodness, y'all are still crashing. I'm so sorry. That is such a frustrating experience. What'd you say? Choppa? Wait, I don't... How do you get the fountain? How do you get the fountain? I probably just don't have it. Is it the refer a friend one? Then I probably don't have it. Finding friends. I don't have it. I probably need to refer like 2 more people. Let me look at my account. Let me look at my Palia account. I've tried like putting in my referral code places and nobody has bitten. I guess I could do that. I could do that. I think I need just like 2 more referrals. Let me see. Refer a friend. Oh no, it says I have it. Wait. Chop a fountain. Where the flip is it? Oh. Can we plot hop? Can we plot hop? Yeah, it's on the other plot. Can I go grab? I'm gonna go grab it real quick. We're going on an adventure. Everybody buckle up. I hope you don't crash. I'm sorry if you do. I hope you don't crash. I'm sorry if you do. It's back here. It's back here, isn't it? Yeah. We can totally yoink this. I'll put something else there. I don't know. Here, I'll put one of these there or something. Oh no, that's too big. I don't know. I'll figure out something to put back there. I'll put this here for now. How about that? There we go. Done. Fixed it. Like nothing was like nothing's missing. Do we want this twisted tree for anything? It's just been sitting there, but do we want it for anything? We can just grow another one. Actually, I think I might have a box. Oh wait, no wait, do I? We can just grow another one. Wait, how do you get these seeds? I think I've asked this question before. How do you get these seeds? Drops a request? Oh my gosh. So basically what you're saying is I'm not getting another one? Wait, people actually gave you one? Okay, I'm gonna need to... I think I might have one. Nope. That is the one. That is the one already placed. Okay. One more field trip. One more field trip. We're going to garden. We're going to garden. Do we need any more flow trees or flowers? Or any other type of tree? Flowers for the gazebo. Okay. A variety? A rainbow? Anything? I'm gonna have to go do pixie bounce. You want these giant mushrooms for something? Oh, you got some flowers earlier. I did get some flowers, but I didn't get that many. We can work with what I have in my bags and then go from there. I'm gonna grab a couple of these. Do we need any more flow trees? I can grab these little pine trees. Maybe use them for something. These are all the birches. I don't think I have any more oak. I think a few birch trees, fully grown, or these baby ones, because I got plenty of them. Any size? Okay, so I will grab a couple of these, and a couple of these, and a couple of these. Okay, back to community plot. Sorry, I'm just like tossing y'all around. I sent the greenhouse in Discord. Oh, that's cute. I think I want it to be mostly oh my gosh, where'd my voice go? I mean, I have been talking for like 7 hours. So, I guess it's a little gone. Am I missing a tree here? Oh, I didn't bring one with me. Right, it's... Well, I started an hour early, remember? I started an hour early. So, that is, where the hour went. I'm just gonna place some flowers in here. And we can kind of figure out what we want to do with said flowers. I'm really just placing them to get them out of the way. We need green, purple, blue. Okay. Do we know what we want to do with this pavilion? Because I totally will just put the plushies up in here. I'm just putting random plushies in here and seeing if they fit. I mean, it is a bounce house, right? The plushies will keep you company while you're bouncing. Oh, that is a very loud helicopter. Oh my gosh, are you stuck bouncing? Not the bounce house in full effect. Ooh, I can put the crabs up here. Oh my gosh, stop it. They're perfect up here. Thank you for the partner hype. Amanda! Amanda, you won the giveaway. Amanda, you won the giveaway. Congrats, Amanda. Okay, hang on. Let me put these down. There's so many crabs. Yo, how did we end up with so many? I don't know where to put this. Oh my goodness. Congrats, Amanda. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I don't have to go that far. All right. Are we ready? See what you get? I mean, since I'm not crashing, we'll see if I can do one more. If not, we can do it tomorrow. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Non-fiction. Is this the one with the bag with the books? Is this the one with the bag with the books? What's little? I see the strap, but is it that outfit? Oh, congrats on your outfit. That one is cute. Alright, we're still cranking. Where are you going? Where are you going with these? Where are you putting them up top? Oh my god. I can't. Not you putting them up there. I'm like, where are you going with the rest of these plushies? Oh, the frog can't fit. Of course. Congrats on your outfit. I'm just gonna what else are you putting up there? Just the frogs? How come these guys don't want to sit here? They have like a weird... I just see plushies just disappearing. Okay, the Ogapoo for sure not gonna fit there. What did you just take? What did you just take? You see things just disappearing. Good night, good night. It's all good. Rest well. We will all tackle this again tomorrow. I'm still gonna be on for a little bit longer though. Oh my gosh, what the heck? I want to glitch it underneath, but I don't know how to do any of that. Oh wait, you fit up here? Okay. What you doing up there? How many are you fitting up here? Oh my gosh. Do you need the Duskwing? Do you want the Duskwing? How did you get in there? Does the Duskwing gonna fit? No. No. Not at all. Nope. That is not the same. Oh, I still have these two that I forgot about. They can fit up here. Do I still not have a golden? Oh my gosh, I still don't have a golden. Okay, what about a frog? Will a frog fit up here? I don't think so. They have a weird... Like, they have a weird radius. They're like a whole square. They should be smaller. That's why they don't fit, because their grid's too big. Wait, what happened? Are you bringing them all back down here? What happened to your plushies? Is this too small for this? Do we want this fountain here instead? And then maybe something more. Oops. I dropped the ball. Maybe something more grand here. Okay, I'm gonna have to top down this one. You just got your final sticker, heck yeah! Congrats on your final sticker. Is there a bigger fountain? Not me asking for a bigger fountain. I think this is fine. I'm being dramatic. It doesn't need to be bigger. But is there though? But is there a bigger fountain? No. That's the biggest fountain we have, I think. Okay, let me see. Oh my gosh. My nose is so itchy. I still need to go to town to get the copper and the planks. And something else I'm supposed to be grabbing in town that I can't remember off the top of my head right now. Is it just planks? Planks and copper? What you moving? What did you move? What did you move? We still wanted to build something, right? We're here. Some sort of shed, or I don't know what to put here. Also, we don't want a fence on this side, do we? Let me see if I have enough planks. Oops. Okay, that's 100. I think that's all I needed to finally build the house. Heck yeah. Alright. Where is said house going to go? In this back corner? Y'all? In this back corner? Like, do we have room for 2 houses here? Like, could we just do like an L shape for all of the crafting stuff? Because I don't know if they're all gonna fit. Unless we do here, and then on the back side we put the furnaces and stuff. Like, do something like this instead. Oh. Wait, what just happened? Okay, hold on. Let me just see something here. This is definitely too small, right? Can I put 3 wooden floors down real quick? Yeah. You mean these, right? Wait, where are you? Wait, are you over here? Are you up there? Okay, here. What's our building limit? I can only put down 1 more. You have an idea? Oh god. I don't think we're ready for whatever this idea might be. I probably can put 1 more house and L shape this so that there's enough room for all the crafters, and then just put the other half of the house there if I can fit it with the gazebo. If not, I might have to back this up a bit. I'm surprised we're nowhere near our limit. I thought we'd be there by now, especially with like houses actually decorated. All right, I need some more slabs, so let's get that cranking. And we already have planks cranking. We have 30 there. We have 12 there. All right. And then I just don't have any copper. Okay. We are good to go. What are you doing up there? What you doing up there? What are you actually doing up there? Also, can I leave? Can this wait until I come back from Kilima? Can I go to Kilima real quick? So I can do the stuff that needs to get done while you're doing that. Also, I can't tell that you're still in the plot. Okay, you are. It's just being weird for me. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that tree. Is this a regular tree? Oh my god, it worked. Oh my god, what did you do? I also love that this is in the shade. Like, can we talk about this? I don't know what to put right here though. Obviously, I need some sort of color. Okay, what did you do? Wait, what? How did you? I cannot. You put the frog bird on the top of the casino. Oh my gosh. What? Spring fever swing? Is that something you can craft? Yes. Spring fever. Oh no. Dude, I need plant fiber desperately. I don't know what to do with this, but I just liked it. What are you trying to do? Are you putting the stable sign in here? Ow. Ow. Not the bathrobe. Not the bathrobe with the unicorn. Why? Not the bathrobe with a unicorn. Oh, why is that so funny? Now, why did that sound like a growl? What the hell was that? Why did that sound like a growl? Please tell me why that sounded like a growl. That was not. That didn't sound like a horse at all. That sounded scary. Okay, now it sounds like a horse? I don't know what the heck it sounded like before. Alright, what did you do? Where are you at? You got him floating? I can't. Not the floating. Halloween moon crab. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my goodness, that is so funny. Not the floating. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? What were y'all up to? I got it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the partner hype. For those that don't know who I am, my name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft with a sprinkle of Dead by Daylight. Thank you, thank you. That is so incredibly kind of you. Yes, we are actively partner pushing. Has that little frog always been in there? Yes, it has. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. It's going It's going okay. I'm 2 of 6 so far. 2 of 6 for this month, and I gotta do 6 more next month, but it's slow and steady wins the race, right? We've been at this for quite some time, so I'm hoping this is our year. But thank you for the raid. That was very kind of you. What were you playing? And if you totally need to raid and run, get food, get rest, thank you again. Y'all, I've been playing too much of Power World because I really thought I was going to burn sitting on here. I did not. No burn. None whatsoever. We are just playing some Palia. We had a update today. It's been a little buggy. So we're just doing some community decorating for now. I can move this. We don't have to leave this here. I'm just throwing around ideas. Can this go here? No, because it's not on plot. Yeah, I don't know. To be right there? Oh, yes. Yeah. I'm so far 2 of 6. So we're still trucking along for this month, and then I have to get the next 6 next month. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you. But yeah. So where did you put it back? Wait, what did you do with it? Oh no, I put it over here. Do you want me to put it here or do you want to put it here? Wait, that's totally off center. No, don't make us leave servers. We're on a roll. Is that in the wall? Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry if that's in your house. Actually, it's not. It's actually not. It's not in the house. That's crazy. You mean the average where the partner where the partner part is? I can't currently see my stats because my browser is being glitchy, but last I checked it was like 82 for the last 2 days that I had gotten. Is there anything else we need to grab from here? Oh wait, I need this guy. Oh, right now it's at, well, right now I'm at 54 for the day. Right now I'm at 54 for the day. So it's still steadily going up. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the moths yet. I have no idea what to do with it. There's a way to do it with like a paver, but I don't know how to do all that. Cancel glitching. I don't know how to do any of that. I wish we could float the moths over our cooking plot, but oh right, because they're giant. Okay, thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Yeah, fingers crossed we get another day checked off, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Oh wait, did we leave that sign in there? We never took these signs out, or did we? Wait, whose house is this one? This one's red, right? No, this is Calzone. Okay, I'm gonna bring this sign back out. Oh wait, you have it on that side? Just kidding. Okay. Al, I need to give you editor permission so that you can, when it comes time to decorate, you can. Where am I at? Do we know what happened to the flowers that were right here? Oh wait, the box is back here. I think there was like just a couple flowers, not too many flowers. But I appreciate y'all lurking and vibing. If you would like, my followers are anonymous. Hang out if you'd like. If you need to raid and run, get rest, get food, please take care of you. Hi, Supernova. How's it going? What flowers do we want for the gazebo? I am. We're just doing some decorating. Okay, let's see. Grab some of these. I'll grab some of these. I also have those blue hydrangeas. Do you have any flowering bush? Yes. Which color? Yeah, this is the same plot we were working on earlier. We are just now like kind of moving stuff around and decorating the other things. Do you want all the colors? I have yellow, I have red, I have purple, I have one pink, orange, blue, and I have one block. Around here? If you want to help place them, they gotta grow, so they gotta be watered. I'm just placing them down temporarily so they can get watered. Other than that, we can change the colors around. I'm just placing them. Let me grab some more flowers. Do you want, Darth? What did you want the blue hydrangeas for? Didn't you want those for something? But I don't remember what. I don't know what to do with this little baby tree. Oh wait, I can't put that baby tree there. Oh, are we keeping this gazebo? Are we keeping this gazebo? Dude, I cannot believe how this looks like a whole neighborhood here. This is wild. I mean, also as people, you know, as we grow, I know people are gonna either want to keep their houses or not keep their houses, so we can always kind of trade houses around. Thank you for the partner hype. I'm just adding random flowers that I have in my inventory to give color. We do not have to keep them. Oh, I miss yellow. These are yellow of those. Of those. Wait, what'd you say? I can put what? Wait, put what? Where? Alright, let me water the rest of these so that we can... Oh, that's what I meant to go. I need to go grab another well to bring it over here. Dude, we need so many more of those Shimmerflies. How long is this event happening? Just for the patch? Do we know? Because at this rate, they're probably going to have to extend it. They're probably going to have to extend it with how much it was bugging out today. Are these watered? I'm just going around watering all the things I can remember to water. Okay, that's done. There's none there. There, I think, is a couple here that need to be watered. Maybe not. Okay, what about here? Or did I already water them? Maybe I already watered them. And these are done? Yes. Okay. Do we want to do bushes all the way around, y'all? I have plenty. Dude, this Muujin in the bush is crazy. It looks so sneaky. Is that an Easter egg? Okay, I think I need more slabs. Okay, I think I have enough. Well, let me check. I need to make one more house. I need one. I need one more brick. Where? Where? Is it not letting you place? Just any of these? It's not letting you? It might just be a bug. You might just be bugged. Yeah, it might just be a bug. You might need to like go home, come back. But I think I'm gonna kick y'all off so I can go back to Kilima really quick. It does sometimes just like deny you. Okay, let's do a reset. I'm gonna kick y'all both off. Okay. I'm gonna go to Kilima. So let me offload my inventory here so I can grab some materials and things. Okay. I need to grab several sacks of wood and several stacks of copper. Was there anything else you were trying to make that I couldn't? I'm grabbing the stuff for the benches because we need 13 benches. And then I can see what Tish has in the store. Yeah, it's probably just a glitch of why you couldn't place. But there's also a lot on that plot, so it's bound to be a little glitchy. Oh, a tent. Like a tent or like a tent less in color tent. What kind of tent? Do we need this for anything? Do we need it? Do we need any of this for anything? Don't need any of it, right? Oh, look at this chair. Oh my gosh, I need to stop buying stuff. Wait. What do you need for that tent? Do you need me to retent your room? Cerulean? Oh my gosh. They would pick the one Sarcadian that's so annoying to get. I don't even think I even have any. I will check. That's crazy. Not Cerulean. Of course they'd pick the extra one. Yeah, but I gotta get to the board. I haven't been able to turn anything in without crashing. I do too, because they're easy to spook. I'm gonna have to go out with a buzzy jar and look for one. Don't mind me, I'm just buying a whole lot of planks. I forgot how many I needed, so I'm just gonna buy a couple sacks, and if I have to come back later, I will. I appreciate y'all hanging and vibing today. I know we're doing a bit of a long stream, but we knew update day was gonna be a little crazy. But we were not expecting this all the crashes. Okay, is there anything else I need? I will probably get like 4 sacks. I don't know how many copper goes into. Man, I wish I could just write the number down of how many I need instead of having to click. Partner? Did you just say partner? I can't. Okay, I'm gonna grab some ceramic because I figured there was something I was trying to make with ceramic, but I can't remember what it was. Okay, I'm heading back home now. Oh, wait. Do I try the board? Do I try my luck? Please don't crash me, please don't crash me, please don't crash me, please don't crash me. Dude, my hoarding ways, I was able to turn that in. Yeah, that's wild. Chill. Okay, I didn't crash. Perfect. We got them. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Alright, I'm heading back home and I didn't crash. Do you want me to make that tent? Spoke too soon. If you at least said it out loud, one of us would remember and write it down, I bet. The Are you adding that crash for me? I can't. Oh, I was so home free for like an hour, y'all. I didn't even crash not one time. No, for me? Oh my gosh. You got back on the game? I thought you tapped out. I thought you tapped out. Oh Lord. Y'all. Setting. The fact that I have to do this every single time I load is very annoying. Alright, loading back in. What can I say? I'm a fiend. I mean, that's fine. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it through, y'all. We're gonna make it through. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna crash a lot. As long as we don't crash out from crashing, we're fine. I know I hoard a lot, so I definitely had a lot of stuff to already turn in. But I'm always picking up flowers because of the fact that I'm trying to get my foraging up so that I can buy like Dari clove and stuff. So that's why I'm always constantly picking stuff up. Do we need to do flower event and or butterflies? Tomorrow we can just do RTB because I know some still need RTB. Sorry, I just had like this like random idea. We can do those. That's fine. But I also need. You just got a lunar fairy mount? Oh my goodness. Look at you with your luck. Oh my gosh, I moved. Where am I? Oh my gosh, I've got to stop every time. I can't just like walk in a straight line. I might have to change the color of these though. Does that work? Is that too much? I like no spacing in these. Hold on. This is kind of weird to me. Maybe lined up with the gazebo? I have no idea if they're lining up with what needs to be lined up now. Is that too close together? Maybe not lined up with the gazebo, maybe a little further out on either side. Wait, this is one is too far over. Oh my gosh, why is this so hard to do? I'm struggling. Wait, hold on. How many boxes did I go over? One? So you're like here somewhere? I still went too far. Oh my gosh. Struggling. What? Wait, what happened? I don't actually think they line up with these though. These need to actually be over more. I don't know what? Oh gosh. I don't know what colors these should be. That means the house isn't perfectly aligned. No. Okay, I'm gonna need quite a few more, right? To make this look like a path. How the heck are you on there? What are you doing? How are you on the saw? Chill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I need 2 more. That means me actually counting boxes, y'all. Oh gosh. Wait, hold on. I gotta go this way. One, two. How did we get sideways? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then another one in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I can't put another one here. I guess I could. Here. Is this too many streamlights? Is this too many streamlights? I gotta move the other one over. I'm too far over. Oh, I need to actually pick it up. Okay. Does that work? Crash 3! You crashed 3 times? What color do we want them to be? Because we can rechange this to not be blue. We can recolor it. Maybe white? Or just a different color? Open the tent menu right quick. I gotcha. Some of these I don't have. A lot of them I do. You lost your lures, but you got your okay. Hey, as long as you got what you needed, that's all that matters. Amethyst. That's amethyst. Wait, can you see it before I change it? So this is amethyst. I can just do it. Do we like amethyst for all of them? All the way down? And it kind of goes with the flow trees too. Do you think there's one that could be better? Oh my gosh. You say that now as I've already put two? What color? Oh yeah, they have to be starred. Unfortunately, yeah. It's gotta make sense though. It can't just be just a random color either. I kind of do like the purple though. Yeah. Do you see a color you like more? I don't have. Oh, this one? Let me make it and then we can kind of compare the two. Let me see if I have what it takes to. I don't. Black sea bass. The one fish I absolutely just do not have. We gotta go get some black sea bass. With glowworm and Bahari. Oh my gosh, what? I'm doing that to kind of cover up the fact that I didn't put I wish I could flip these around. Well, that's the only place I can put it. Oh. Well, that works. For now. Trying to figure out how to. Okay, that works. I love how it has. Wait, it actually works right there? That is not what I meant to push. Huh. Okay. I don't hate it. I hated how bare the wall was. That's what I hated. The wall was looking a little bare. Check Discord. Okay. Second. What, you don't see me? You don't see me? You don't see me? Is that what? Is this what this picture is showing? That I'm not there? Or did you take a picture without me standing there? Oh, okay. I was like, wait, am I not in this photo? Yeah, I do like to decorate. I just don't do it often. We're always like hunting and stuff. Alright, I need something for this side. I don't know, maybe like a little bench? Maybe the two like the log benches to go on either side of the. I have a couple snowy ones, but that's too snowy, right? Crash number 3. No. You just stay crashing. Okay, what tent do we want the benches? The ranch benches. Wait, did I not get enough sapwood planks? Oh, did I not buy any sapwood planks? Oh man, I didn't. Okay. Do we want any lights going to either side of the neighborhood? Like this. I forgot to get the sapwood planks. So we're gonna have to go fish. We're gonna have to go fish and get planks. Oh, I want to put this wheel. You'd like the lights on this side? On that side? Which side? I crashed, so y'all crashed. I'm so sorry. That's the first time I crashed at home. My bad, y'all. I'm loading back in. Okay, loading back in. Okay, so I was going to go put this down somewhere. That's what I was going to go do. Should we put ivy on the backs of these houses? It's not there currently. Probably. Okay. On the back of thank you for the follow. Ivy. Actually, can I go get some planks before y'all come back? Wait, it's still not letting you put bushes? Wait. Wait, on my plot or at all, like in general? I might crash a couple times on the way there and back, y'all. So, just as a FYI, I'm gonna do my best to make this quick. Appreciate y'all hanging. We are still actively pushing for partner, so every little bit helps. We are inching closer and closer to our goal. Right, this whole time it wouldn't only on your plot. In the garden area around the pavilion. I don't get it. That is weird. That is actually really weird. Why it won't let you. Maybe it glitched and didn't let me actually buy it. I thought I bought these. Well, if you want to place them just outside, and then I can place them in, if you have an idea of where you want to put them, and then I can just place them inside for you. I don't know why it's not letting you though. That's so weird. Ah, okay. Then that's probably why I never got them. Did I buy copper though? I have copper. Yeah, I have copper. I have that. I have that. I have that. We're good. We're good. Okay, let me. I'm just gonna go to Tish's store like one time for the one time. And see if there's anything in here I want to buy. Oh my gosh, look at this bathtub. Like, I need to be spending any of my money. I'm just gonna teleport home. Let me just go home already. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Okay, I'm home. I'm home and now I can make benches. No, I can't. Wait, what? I bought the copper too. It's in my boxes. Wait, did it really glitch me where I don't have copper either? What? What dash rude? I bought copper, I swear I put it in my bags. I'm just gonna go buy a couple sacks. Oh my gosh, that's so wild. Not with 4 stacks of copper. It might be a glitch. I'm just gonna buy a stack and then come back. It might be a glitch. Yeah, I bought like 4 stacks of copper. I don't think I went through that much. But it also could have glitched. It could have glitched before I put it away or even brought it home. Oh my gosh. And I didn't notice. Right? Like, oh, so we found your copper. Well, I mean, I gotta make 13 benches, so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go through all of that copper. Alright, y'all are witnessing me buy copper. I bought 1 stack. I'm about to buy 2 stacks. That's it. I'm going home. I bought 2 stacks of copper. I'm just gonna say this out loud because y'all saw me do it. It is a glitch for people's stuff? No. Oh my gosh. No. Just the copper. Just the copper. Just 2 stacks of copper. That's all I bought. All right, I'm slowly making my way over to this bench. Can I make the benches now? Oh my gosh, I don't have enough planks. All right, let's just do 8. Well, I didn't check the recipe. Like, well, we might not fit all of them like we do on that side. Oops. Oh no, I already messed up. But I think I might not be able to fit 2 here. I might only be able to fit 1 on this side because of the tree. Oh, you want to move the tree? Okay. Darth, can you move the tree? Pretty please. Or did you already move the tree? Aw, dang it, it's a glitch. No. Okay, I'm gonna put it here and you move it the rest of the way if you want. Oh my gosh. We're gonna glitch in all kinds of ways. Oh, that's right. It can't be on the same plane because you said you like the raven on this side for streetlights, so you need one for each house. I heard you say that. So I need to make 3 more. I might have one. Let me grab the one I might have. Or maybe oh no, I have 1. So let me make 2 more. Make 4 for benches on either side. You need 4 in total? Okay. All right. Can I leave these for you while I place the benches? I wonder if I should just put a bench here instead of this one. And then I can move this over. Or we can do something like this. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's put this down first. Okay. 1 apple, no plushie. 1 apple, no plushie. Still no plushie. That is insane. Wait, what happened? What's in the way? Wait, where are you? What's in the way? Oh, your hat, your actual hat that your character is wearing is in the way? That's funny. I think I'm gonna get rid of this snow. Or not. Maybe I'm gonna get rid of Wait, do we just keep the snowy bench? Because I have the icicles, so we'll leave the bench. We'll leave that bench. Okay. We need a bench here. Just one bench. And we need 2 more here. Actually, are you done with these? Okay, and then you might have a plan for it later. Okay. Well, if you need them back, I will just I'll put them in this corner here for now. Are these all where you want those flowers? Or did you is this where you all wanted the flowers? Oh gosh, now it's not letting me do it. Awkward. You found the angle? Okay. Do you need any more lights? Do we need another light on that other end? So I need one more light. Dude, we are Oops. Oops. Dude, I don't know how I'm not glitching myself out. Good night, Amanda. Good night, good night. Thank you again for the raid. Rest well. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. This is the perfect landscape for our community plot. It's coming out so good. Like I am shocked. I'm shocked at how this got thrown together. We already had the houses separated, but this looks like 20 million times better. Like 20 times better. Yeah, you're right. I probably should get up. I probably should go get up, Stretch. Actually, I'm gonna just put you on and be right back, y'all. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go stretch really quick. And run an ad, I think, if I didn't already. I will be... I'll be right back. I'll be right back, I promise. Okay, I'm back. I just figured should stand for an extended period of time. Nobody crashed. We're good. Oh yeah. Thanks for hanging, y'all. We're just doing some community decorating since all the crashes are bugging everybody out. You fixed the flowers? Okay, let me see. Yay! All the flowers are fixed. Hell yeah. I'm trying not to put the same ivy on. I don't have any more of the other ivy. I don't think. Let me see. Oh, what about the columns? Should we put the columns on the backside? Oh wait, the columns already are on the backside. Just kidding. I didn't realize that they were already here. Just trying to kind of overlap them so that they are a little more. A little more outgrown, overgrown. Oh yeah. Do we want to do the ancient bushes? I have more. I have plenty more. They just need to be watered. And then we can add flowers like into them as well. Oh my gosh, I need to go to Pixie Bounce. I might have put too many. Hold on. One. Because they grow really quick. I mean, really big, so this might be too many here. I'm gonna start with 3 in the back and then go from there. Because they're gonna grow. They grow to be bigger. So we might not need that many. We can just kind of space them out and see how they do when they grow. Oh wait, I can't move that one because you have moved it. Because this is how big I think they get. Oh. No, you're good. You're good. So like if we had 3 of them. Oh wait, that's as big as I can get that one. Like 3 on the back. I think that'll be enough. But we can always fill it in. Like we can fill in the spaces as they grow. Okay, so this is this side. no, you crashed. No. Are we doing the same here? Because I gotta go get some more. Yeah, I gotta go grab some more from the garden plot. There are columns for the estate houses. There sure are. Wait, do you want the columns to go all the way? Wait, are we stacking the columns? Or are we just leaving them like that? Try stacked right quick. That's stacked. Do you want stacked? Stacked or not stacked? Wait, hold on. I'm getting conflicting. We don't like it stacked? Wait, we do like it stacked? Wait, I'm confused. Wait, we do like it stacked? We do like it stacked, right? Yes, stacked. Okay. All right. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 9 more. So I need to go get some more planks. But that's a we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Do we need? Oh, we need them on the other side too. We need them on the other side too. We are literally focusing on one side of the house. We still need to do the whole other side. Oh my gosh, I just realized I need to get so many more. Okay. That was just 9 for this side. I have to do this side too, right? We need to do it stacked on this side too. So I need 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Okay. We need like 40 columns. We need 33 columns. We need 33 columns. We need 33 columns. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to go get some more material. I don't know. Well, let me check. Oops. Per column. The estate column is 35 heartwood plank per and 3 iron bar, which I've plenty of iron. I have plenty of iron. I do not need. I don't need iron. We got plenty. Oh, sorry. You want me to actually put in the 33 so we know how many we actually need? A crap ton. 1,200 planks. 1,200 to make it even. Oh, hi, I'm in a house. Oh, hi, I'm in a house. Hi. Darth, did you already change it? Thank you. Okay, so that's the crafter house. Are we good with that aesthetic of the crafter house being extra as heck? There should be a roof connector for the roof. Like to make like a crafter. A dormer. Roof connector. Here it is. Duh. Thank you. Thank you. I was really good. Like, I was really struggling. I was like, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna get that up there. Thank you. And Darth has done enough decorating with me to like try to make sense of the things that I don't even say words, and there's already what I need underneath me. Pillar, columns. Do you want columns too? Do you want to see what the columns look like? Actually, do we like it without the columns? Or do we want it with the columns? Okay, I'm gonna put a balcony off of here if I can. Okay, so how many more columns do I need? 1, 2, 3, a crap ton probably. Good night, Keem. Good night, good night. Thanks for hanging. Hopefully tomorrow is better and we don't crash as much, y'all. I'm still probably gonna be on for a little while we do some cozy decorating, because honestly, this is a vibe. Wait, you can? Oh my gosh, who wants a balcony? Wait, I'm definitely putting it in in that one house. In the, I love these stairs. Well, ooh, the bay window? Oh my god. Stop it, we need a bay window. We're out of houses, right? We can't put any more houses. We can't put any more buildings. We're at the building limit. Okay, yeah we are. Yeah we are. Yeah we are. Thank you for the partner hype. Wait, can I not? Does that mean I can't put these either? Is this considered a building? Wait, why can't I rotate this thing? Oh, there we go. Wait, no. Are you not gonna let me because it's off the limit? Oh, I think the gazebo's in the way. No, but I think the gazebo's in the way. Thank you for the follow. Just gonna move the gazebo over a hair. Ah! No, it doesn't want to go there for some reason. It says something's in the way. I don't know what the something is. I think it's still the gazebo. Why does it want to go where the door is? Can we just not, I guess, do we need two doors? I just want a window. Okay, I'm nudging it over a bit more. Oh, it didn't kick me this time. Oh, we can't because we have a building limit, so we can't have balconies. Balconies, it won't let you. Because that's considered a building. No. That's so disappointing. That is dumb. It shouldn't be considered a building because you have to build it. It's considered a building. Lame. Lame. Anyone want a one-story house? I mean, yeah, we don't have to have the gazebo. We don't need two gazebos. We don't need two gazebos. Wait, how do I remove it? There we go. But I just want to know what the window looks like. Gosh dang it. Well, I guess that means I could move this over. I just want to know what the window looks like, and we're probably going to end up taking it down because we can't keep it. Well, that's building limit. That means nobody gets a balcony. That means nobody gets a balcony. I mean, I guess nobody gets a balcony. If I can't get a balcony, y'all can't get a balcony. Not someone just... The public house? Oh, the community house? Yeah, but who's gonna get the balcony? But then who's gonna get the balcony if we take away the... Not you! You get to... You got the balcony? I think that we should just aesthetically not have a balcony. I think that's what we should do. I think we should just not have a balcony. Nah, I don't really need a balcony because I don't have a house here. I actually don't live here, y'all. I don't own a house here. I mean, I guess this is technically my house. We need a bed up in here. Can we put a sleeping bag somewhere? Yeah, I didn't. This was a community plot, so I had no intention of building a house here. This was for everybody else. This was for everybody else. I haven't even finished my own plot. What do I have any business making a house on a community plot? Yeah, exactly. I live in the castle. I live in the castle. We need more trees for this forest. Also, I need to... Where's the... Oh, here. I need to water the red tree. Oh wait, so are you telling me the red trees have the twinkly lights? I need more of them. Oh wait, this one's already watered, but this one is not. So... try putting the workshop sideways. Is it blocking the view of the neighborhood plot? If that... wait. Sorry. What happened? Putting it where? This? Swapping this? You mean rotating it this way? Where's the door? Singularity just posted the game will be down at 7 a.m. for a hotfix. Okay, perfect. That means they're fixing it tomorrow. Oh, swap the gazebo and the... okay. Can you grab the gazebo and move it? Can you grab this shark? I'm trying to figure out which way to turn it. This way? Like this? I don't know why it wants to keep snapping over there. Okay. Okay, so gazebo's here. Are we talking down this way? The estate be down here? Is this like the mayor's house? I mean, technically, I could get rid of the bay window and add a third at the top, and then have that top be my bedroom, with a workshop down below and the bedroom up top, and get rid of the bay window. Is that too much? That's too much, right? I need someone to talk me out of it. It's too much, right? Keep the window? Okay. Nah, it's okay. We don't have the building limit. Put a sleeping bag in the window. I'll just put like a blanket or something in there. Oh my gosh, the way I do not have any plant fiber. That's crazy. I need to go do Pixie Bounce. Wait, is it Pixie Bounce time? What time does Pixie Bounce start? Now? Is it now? Or is it already over? Do I have time to run? Yes, it's now, or oh, never mind. Y'all got crashed off off the plot. I'm so sorry. Well, I was gonna run. I was gonna run, but how this is set up, I have to wait. Okay. I don't know if I'll make it there. I will try. I think. Oh well, now you won't make it. Never mind. I just now read that. I already hit the board. I'ma just go check. Is this it telling me that it's over? Oh, and like... Gosh, there's not enough people here to break any of this stuff. Yeah, that's why I knew I wanted to come here for plant fiber. You get a lot of plant fiber here. Oh my gosh, I fell. Oh my gosh, jump! Oh, I'm not gonna make it. There's very little time left. Oh, I got a giant mushroom. I gotta get back up though. Oh. Damn. Now I'm definitely not making it back. No, we are definitely not making it back. Yeah, I like doing pixie balance for plant fiber. You can get it while chopping trees too. I could just go chop some trees. I need trees. We need a bunch of heartwood, right? We need like 1200, was it? 1155 or something like that. Okay. Well, we can go chop some trees. I can get plant fiber that way. We might DC while chopping. But it's worth, it's worth the risk. Try. I want to go to Bahari instead of home. What you mean? I can't go to Bahari. Not this person's not on their plot. I'm trying to go to Bahari, not home. Well, good thing I didn't try to go home. Alright, y'all. I'm probably going to stay on long enough to get all of the columns and stuff made, and then I probably should call it and eat some dinner. I don't think I want to push too much further, but we are going to be back on tomorrow. And maybe tomorrow we can do actual bug hunts. Oh my gosh, I can't even pick this up. Bye, Mujin. Bye, Mujin. It's too big of a tree. Oh, awkward. He was going to jump into this tree. Oh, there's a heart drop lily. Does anyone need heart drop lily? Not that it'd be a risk to teleport to me, but there's a heart drop lily here. Mainly for romance. You use heart drop lilies. Also, I think Hastian wants it for a quest or something. a romance quest, but they're for romance and they're for... Wait, I think that's it. Just romance. I think the chocolates and the heart drop lilies are for romance. A love tent? Like a pink Valentine's Day. That would be cute. But I think people would complain because they'd be like, that's so hard to get these. Why would you throw them into a tent? I mean, you win some, you lose some. I just picked them up. I never used them for anything. Never mind. 40. You have 40 of them? Oh, hi, Mujin. Bye, Mujin. Well, if you are out and about, more often you're gonna find one. Okay. I need 11. Okay, I'm just gonna... When I get about 2 rows, that's plenty. And that should be probably quicker than buying them, right? Probably not, because I still have to put them into the... But it'll be cheaper than buying them. I am still trying to hit max, even though I spent some of my money today. Nelly! Hi, Nelly. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Nelly, how was your stream? What were y'all up to? Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. How was your stream? For those that don't know who I am, my name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft. And a sprinkle of other games, but mainly those two. Hi, how's it going? We are also partner pushing, so any lurk or tab is greatly appreciated. My follows are also anonymous as well. It was good. We were trying to make it through the update. Lots of crashes. Yep. We have, what, like 213 crashes? And that's probably leaving out 100 of them. But we're trying. We're out trying to get resources right now. And it's insane. That's community. That's a community number, not just me. That's all of us collectively. Yeah, they said that the server is going to be down tomorrow morning. So there's going to be a hotfix at 7 in the morning. So we should be good by tomorrow. So we just had to suffer one day. Just one day. But if you totally need to raid and run, get rest, get food. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah, we are. I mean, last update it was like all console, right? Or anybody with a controller. This time we're all in it. We're all crashing together. Okay. We're almost there. We're halfway. We gotta get one more row and we'll be good. The only time in a game that I actually needed to take a break and play another game. What did you end up playing? Yeah, we got to collectively raid you. We got to collectively raid you after our Palia games, which was actually insane. It was an insane experience. But you do need to get some rest. Alright. Rest well. Get good sleep. Stay hydrated. Stay cool. I know it's so flipping hot. Like everyone. WoW Classic. You got on WoW Classic since when? You started your classic journey? Regular, not hardcore, right? Oh, hi Disco. What's Disco just at 2 a.m. You couldn't sleep? WoW is a game that keeps you up till 2 a.m. Oh, okay, you went on TBC, yeah. I have characters on TBC and I have characters on hardcore, but I have characters on there if you need anything. So far, like Hunter? Have you not played a Hunter before? Ah, can I teleport? Oh, I didn't go far. Oh, we're still glitching coming out of our plot? That's funny. Oh, I'm glitching. It didn't even register any of those shots. Well. Yes, it is a very slow grind, for sure. Oh my gosh. It is a different pace than retail. But like I said, if you need anything, you need any help, I'm more familiar with Druid, Priest, on Classic. Not so much really any of the other classes, but if you need something, I can help you. Like bags, for instance. Everything's a grind on there. So like bags are hard to get if you don't craft them or buy them. So it's just trying to piece it all together. Okay, I'm messing up my bag organization here. I went to go kill something. Okay. We almost have enough wood. Well, I'm glad you are enjoying playing WoW. Honestly, it's been my favorite game for years now. I know I'm not playing it currently, but that's just because I needed a break. I was on a different in-game grind that was very taxing. Oh, that's true. I could. Split stack. No, we're not destroying it. I meant to just split it. 8, 11, 12. So just up to this point, right? 8, 9, 10, 12. 12 stacks. That's plenty. And then we'll just wait till that fills up. We'll be good to go. Thank you, Darth. It's been a long day. Trying to take the easy route. But as soon as I get home, I can show you all the community plot we have. Is that gold? Just a random occurrence of gold. We'll never say no to gold. You know how many lures we need? I mean, I'm just getting lucky. There's nobody out here. I've come across one person since I came to the portal. I mean the stable sign. Not the portal. Oh my gosh. WoW talk. I mean, I mean, I don't want to say anything. Wait, what happened? I wondered why the hearts went off. Wait. Oh. I forgot that I made crash and I made crash and exclamation mark crash. That's gonna go away tomorrow, y'all. We're not gonna keep this counter. The counter's going away. Now we're just stick to our regular well, I mean, I guess I could just hit this tiny little flow tree. I'm getting extremely lucky with finding everything I need. There's also 1,000 Mujin, so somebody come shoot that. Oh my goodness. These Mujin are everywhere. I'm like destroying all the trees. I'm so sorry, Mujins. I'm so sorry. That's on me. They're just gonna be scattering for a while. Dude, why am I getting so many stickers? Oh, I left a bag somewhere. Let's see. 50. Oh, heck no. If I see that thing coming out of a tree, I'm never chopping down a tree ever again. That thing is so scary. Absolutely not. Come back here, I heard you. Y'all, I spooked the heck out of it, but we need that. No, that's gonna be in WoW, but where the heck are the raccoons in WoW? Like, where the hell are we gonna find that thing? I don't want it just like scurrying in the neighborhood either. Like, it better not be up in housing. That'd be so creepy. Alright, like 2 more trees and we'll be good to go. Alright. Maybe this baby tree will be enough? Hell yeah. I know, we get pets. That's gonna be so fun. Alright, now to was the sawmill? Overwork the sawmill? Wait, needs what? The ability to place pets? I mean, I don't think we need that capability. Then they're like, well, you already have ranching. You already have ranching. You know they're gonna argue all of that. There's no way. Oh my gosh, our little community looks like an actual community that we live here. What's happening? How'd we get here? Also, I need to move these. No! Don't make me leave. We just got here. I'm gonna move before they make me move in the middle of us decorating. I'm just gonna do it now. I'm just gonna do it now. Rip the band-aid off. Okay. We can stop this production now. Okay, we'll let that work its magic and grab these out of here. Oh, I didn't mean to grab the snowman. How did I grab the snowman? Is it because the door? Okay. Oh. Oh my gosh, it's in the wall. Wait, hold on. That looks crazy. Can I put furnaces inside? Oh, did you just move them? Did you just move them all? Thank you. Can I put these furnaces inside? I don't know where to put this tent. I guess here is fine. As long as I can still access the box that's in the corner. I'll put it here so it's not so crazy. Is that something I can craft? That's not a building? Hi, River. I need brick. Where do you want it? On the front of here? Or on the other side? Above the bay? I have 2 apples. Harvest and harvest and no plushie. No plushie. Still no plushie. Is there still a box back here? Yeah, there is. Perfect. Alright, let's put some other stuff away that I don't necessarily need on my person. I need an apple. I'm out. All right. Do I need anything else on that building? You crashed? No. Y'all, our community plot looks incredible. It looks like a town. It looks so good. Okay, while you're gone, I'm gonna head to the other plot, water the apples, grab some fertilizer, go to the garden plot, grab some more ancient bushes for to fill out the back part. Yeah, I know. I know. I have to grab all the things first. I needed plant fiber. I couldn't make any more ivy. Unless we don't want to put ivy on there and we want to do something else on the walls. We could do a flower wall. We have to put it on the ground, right? And then put it on there, or can we? I think ground first. Yeah, I think ground first as well. Okay, these are all watered. Let me grab some fertilizer. Actually, no, I don't think I need fertilizer. What else did I say I wanted to grab? Oh yeah, the bushes. Hi, Tori. How's everybody doing? Are we hanging? Is the crash is being super frustrating? It's been a day, y'all. I know. I mean, despite the crashes, though, y'all, it's just been a lot of fun trying to decorate with everybody. These ancient bushes. Happy update day. I know it's been actually chaos. Forget-me-nots. Let's grab some of those for some color. Do we need any more? Anything else? This is a coastal bush. Oops, I'm grabbing the other plant too. Some giant shrooms. Okay, got it. Do you need any cypress trees for anything? I can bring a couple. Yeah, I mean, crashes are inevitable on patch day. Yeah, I might have an idea. Wait, as for something else? Or is that all you wanted? Okay. I will bring you some cypress. Oh, No! I need to go get that in the Highlands. I forgot. Oh my gosh, I need to go do my dailies. Isn't the landscape incredible? So we already had our community plot, but this is just perfect. Do you have a starred one? I might. I might, actually. I do. Oh, now I'm picking up the workbench. Oops. Oopsie. What was the other one I needed? A honey loach? I might have it on IKEA. I might have it on IKEA. Let me go to IKEA real quick. I don't know if it's gonna kick you. Yeah, IKEA's not open. Okay, let me just run to IKEA really quickly and check. To see if I have a honey loach. I don't know if I do. Oh my gosh, I have more flowers here. Do you need more mushrooms than the ones I grabbed? No lie, I don't remember what a honey loach looks like. Oh wait, is this it? I have one. Okay, yeah. Let me check. I grabbed two. I can grab a couple more. Do we need any of these hydrangeas? The mixed hydrangeas? I'll grab a couple. And then I'll grab a couple more cypress. Dude, IKEA's like hurting for plushies. I haven't been replacing them. Okay, we're good. You can come. Oh my gosh, not them glitched. Not them glitched on this bullet. Okay. Did we decide we wanted ivy on the wall? Wait, no, you said a flower wall. So we're gonna have to figure that one out. Figure out how to. Let me just put this here. What was I gonna do? You wanted these flowers. Where did you want these flowers? Oh, let me water all of these. I need to go get that well. Oh, wait, any of the flowers in the pavilion need to be watered? Oh, I'm out of repair benches. Like all? Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Wait, that one doesn't need to be watered. This one does. Wait, why do you think that? Okay, some of these have seeds. They would hit final stage and restart? Interesting. So maybe flowers are glitched right now? I mean, some of them have seeds though, so maybe they are. Some of them are restarting. I mean, finishing. Interesting. Wait, did I just put more flowers down? Oh gosh, I did, but I don't know where the heck I put it. Nope. Oh my gosh, why do I keep picking up this tree? I'm the something. I was the something in the way. Every time it says something's in the way, it's me. It's me. I'm standing in the way. Okay. How about some bushes in between the lights? Just to add some color. I wonder if I can move these back a hair. That way it's in a little. Huh? What happened? What's up? Did you get the dance? Oh, you got the dance. Oh, I can't dance with you. Oh, wait, can I? Yes, I can. I was like, wait, yes, I can. Oh, it's so cute. Chill. It's so cute. Okay, my hair, like, literally, it almost like wants to smack you in the face. It's wild. We obviously need plants around this building. It seems very cold. The ancient building seems very cold, and the rest of the neighborhood is really cozy. We need to change that. Wait, did I have a? Oh my gosh, is there a bench? Is there supposed to be a bench right there? Oh no, you're good. I have another one. No, you're good. I have plenty. I have plenty. No, you crashed again. No. No. These crashes. Y'all, I never want to leave our plot. It's such a vibe here. Oh, I need more windows. I mean, more windows. More, shoot. I don't have any. Oh, wait, hey, look. A seed. I was like, I don't have any more of these, so I have seeds. I need another light for right there. One. I just need one more light. I know it is a lot. It's so many. Amethyst for the lights. Okay. Let's make one more. Okay. Oops. I can water this plant. Alright. So those are all done. You said amethyst for the lights? All of the lights? Or do you want your house to match your front light? Grab another seed. Okay, so we have these lights. I think all the lights amethyst. Okay. Oh my gosh, I can't get out of the I might have to make some more. I might run out. Oh, I'm for sure gonna run out. Or I might have enough for this last one. I have enough for the last one. Alright, all the lights are purple. Oh my gosh, I can change this? Do we make the fountain purple? I didn't even know we can make the fountain purple. I'm over here testing the limits. Like, what can I make? What can I make purple? Do we want the fountain to be purple too, or do we want it to be a different color? Do you want to see what the purple would look like? Oops. This is what purple would look like. We have other color options. Purple. That's what purple would look like. And then, did we decide we're going with the ace color for the lights? I would since it. Wait. Yes, these be ace? Since everything else. But we can make this could be ace too though. To kind of break up the color. And you see this one's like, okay, so we'll make that ace. We need to go get some some bass. I need to go fish up some bass. Glowworm, Bahari, glowworm, off the coast, and Bahari. It's one per, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bass. And then we can see how it looks, and we can probably just leave this purple. Or we could do ace. I'm gonna get 6 bass. Or we could do ace and put flowers around, like flowers and lights around the fountain to make it pop. Because we can put the same lights that we have here, these little guys, there. And we can make them purple to make it stand out. Like in these little cuts, these can put lights there. Yeah, but it's like a light colored purple. It's like almost like a pearl. It's almost like pearl. Okay, let's go catch some fish real quick. Shall we? Let me grab myself a hook. Oh my gosh, do I even have any? I gotta check. That's safe zone. That's speed zone. Safe booster. Oh shoot. I put some of the flowers away. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Did I finish doing all of the... Oh, I did finish the ancient stuff. Okay, I can put that away then. Alright, we can put that away. We'll grab some more flowers here in a second. You needed those. That can go in there. We're going to go get bass. Where did you want the mushrooms and the cypress? I'm just gonna put them down. Just over here or over there? Okay, I'm just gonna put them down for now. And then we can head to Bahari. Y'all, I just want to take a minute to say this looks insane. It looks so good. We literally have a whole little community here. Our community plot looks like a community lives here. Like actually lives here. Our cooking area, our gazebo, various houses that belong to various community members. Yeah, to not be snow. They need defrost. Yeah. I have to grab that though. What is that? Do we have an idea of which roof we want to do? Just regular iron? Could I try the green one? Sundrop? Okay. Let me go back up. Oh wait. Which one's your house? This one? Where I'm standing on? You're 2 in, right? Which one did you want? The green? Okay, so that's green. What should we do for the regular houses though? Should we just do the pink for the rest? And if others want their house to be different? I think I'm gonna do purple for the bakery if I have purple. What happened? Yellow for snow and fire. Okay, hold on. I don't know where the bounce thingy is. Oh, it's over here. And I just like missed completely. Not my hair, just okay, yellow here. Okay. I'm gonna do purple here. For the bakery. I guess we can defrost. Should we take the icing off? All the icicles off? So we can be fully defrosted and blend in. Oh, y'all, it's pink on the inside. Oh my gosh. It looks like icing. That's true. It does. You're right. We can leave it. You're not wrong about that. It does look like icing. It is a bakery. The icing's just spilling over. Okay. Is there... Oh, what am I gonna do for these houses? Just red for now? Because they're undecided? One green, one yellow? Okay. One green, one yellow? Alright. What about the estate side? Purple or black for the other ones? Okay. Oh, I didn't make it. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, we made it, we made it, we made it. Okay, so black, purple, and wanna go black again? See if I can make it over here. Is there a reason why this has two chimneys? Is there a reason why this one has two chimneys? It was one building. Oh, okay, so we had two chimneys. Okay. Something like that? Better? Now we're less snowed. Should I get rid of these snow piles that are right here? Or are we gonna do something with them? Those are unneeded, okay. Alright. But like we piled all the snow into your house. Could I? Y'all tell me if this looks crazy. Can I open this wall? Or should I open it out to the... Wait, hold on. It's this building. Should I open it out that way? No, because you can't. Opened out towards the back? Not the front? But is it possible to build anything? Like build your own balcony? Wait, that's not, that wasn't in the way. I'm just struggling to place it. I don't think it needs to be glitched. I think it just needs to be put. I don't think it has anything to do with glitching. I think you can just start placing them. I mean, it's gonna we're gonna glitch up here, but I can just do like a little balcony. The ancient set has railing that I can place down. I'm probably just gonna make it small. It doesn't need to be like that. It doesn't need to be that big of a railing. I mean, that big of a balcony. Like maybe go out 4. All right, let me make some more. Let me not make some more. Let me grab some more flooring. This is y'all, we have the best ideas at night. I'm telling you. Without fail. I'm like, you know, like why don't I just like why don't I just build a balcony? I couldn't quote unquote build a balcony. Why don't I just build a balcony? I just gotta figure out how to snap it to the wait, it snapped for like a second. Oh my gosh, this is way harder than I want it to be. I love how it's snapping to the top. Like, why would I double up the... Oh, it snapped for like a second. Okay, don't move. I mean, technically, Darth, you could do this too, since it's not a building. If you wanted. I know you really wanted your balcony. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so weird to snap. You can do it, I believe in you, game. The fact that it snaps to the one but not the other is so weird to me. Anybody have tricks to how you can get it to snap without falling off of here? Oh wait, okay. Progress. Maybe I have to do the outsides first. Oh wait, no, I don't want snow. No, wait, go back. All right, we have a balcony. We have a balcony. It's a little off center. Can I move it? Can I collectively move this without wanting to cry about it later? Putting it back. F that noise. It's gonna be off center. I'm not. That's. Oh my gosh. That's gonna be so tedious to move. Like, it did not. I'm gonna try it one more time. I wish I could just like nudge it over. That's all I really want to do. Move one piece? No, that just chunked the entire thing. Is it the column that's in the way? Is it, am I the person? Am I the problem? Am I the problem? Am I the thing that's in the way? Oh my gosh, why is this so hard to do? It's like Tetris, but like the worst the worst form of Tetris. I can't even see where the heck I am anymore. Y'all, I can't. Never mind. I want to just nudge it over like a hair and it's just, well, it refuses. Alright, you try. You try, you got this. I just want to like, just center it. It just won't center. I'm struggling. Like it won't center for me. Alright, I'm gonna let you center. I'm gonna go make those railings real quick. Who knew, y'all? It just took it just took the game glitching for us to, you know what, let's just decorate. Let's just decorate. We're not gonna crash here, right? Wait, Ancient has railing too, though. Doesn't Ancient have railing? Sorry. The cottage? Doesn't the cottage... What is it called? Alchemist. Doesn't Alchemist have railing too? Oh no, it doesn't. Psych! It does not. It does not. I feel like moving one piece and connecting the... Yeah, I tried to do that, but it took... Can I get 2 wood flooring? Sure. Gotcha. I got you once I make some. No lie, forgot what house I was going into. Place them anywhere outside. There you go. Well, the railing definitely is gonna work. So that works. So I haven't seen the Ravenwood light with the purple tint. Yeah, doesn't it look really good? With the amethyst tint. I forget that some things you can dye and it honestly looks perfect. Is it me or this tree is... Maybe the tree is still growing. Maybe the tree's still growing. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe we already watered it. Oh, maybe because it's only 2:30 in the morning. What happened? Are you good? Oh, you trying to go from there to over here instead? Okay, I'm just gonna go stay out of your way. I'm just gonna go stay out of your way. Hi, Jen. Hi, Jen. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Hi, Jen. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my goodness, okay. Ooh, you're playing Once Human? How was it? I've wanted to play it, but I've never actually had the opportunity or the chance or the time. For those that do not know who I am, my name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft with a sprinkle of other games online and offline. We are pushing for partner as well, which is insane. We finally hit a point where we can do that. So currently we're at 2 out of 6. 2 out of 6, y'all. So 4 more this month, 6 more next month. We got this. This is this is our year that we can do this and push for partner. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't know, Dev. I don't know. It's creeping up. It's creeping up. The average isn't there yet. Hopefully. Hopefully. How are you, Dev? Jen, are you still partner pushing? How's it going for you? 75 is no joke. It's the average. It's once the average hits that point. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. You're gonna try again next month? Okay. That's fair. This is my first real chance and opportunity, you know what I mean? Like where I actually feel like I probably can do it. I don't know. We'll see. You're gonna stream every day for 31 days next month? Oh my gosh, please don't burn yourself out. I thought about doing it for August. I thought about it, but I don't know if I want to. Just don't do long streams. Don't do long streams and you'll be fine. Hey, I understand. This is why I'm able to do it full time. We'll see if I can. But Saturdays is the first. So I'd have to stream from Saturday on. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I could. I might have to like just take days off. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick to 3 to 5 hours. Okay, yeah. I would go to at least 4, because 4 is kind of where like they start pushing you out to like new viewers. At least that's what I've noticed. So I would at least try to go 4, like somewhere between 4 and 5. 4 and 6 is probably a sweet spot, but I wouldn't burn yourself out. So 3 to 5 is good. Like aim for 4, but if you're too tired, like you know what I mean, end yourself at 3. If you can push a little longer, like go to 5. I think that's a good little rhythm. Oh, I forget I can't get in through there. Y'all, this plot is so good. I can't wait till everybody gets to see this. Yeah, it just depends on what you're playing. Did you crash again? Wait, did you crash again? Wait, did it work for you? Did you actually do the thing? Oh my god, did you do the thing? Did you actually make it? Oh my god, did you actually do the thing? Look at you! Pro builder over here. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on, I gotta turn it this way. I don't even know where to put the... Do I have to go out... Oh my gosh. Do I have to go out 4 to make this work? I'm gonna put this here for a second just so I can look. Just so I can look to see how this looks. Just post in the center? Okay. Ah, like that. Kinda. Wait, I messed it up. That's not quite perfect. Okay, Jen. Thank you for the raid. Enjoy your food. Oh my gosh. We both got this. We both got this. This is both of our years. Nope, that's not it either. It's like sticking out at the other end. I need to go over more. Wait, hold on. There we go. Got it. Wait, is what such a weird snap? I don't know if this is gonna work. I might have to overlap it a little bit more. Alright, let me get 3 more. Thank you for centering that, Darth. I was struggling. I'm also still trying to get used to being on PC. Well, it is a weird snap point, and it doesn't actually snap to it. This is such a weird snapping point. You just won't overlap? I needed to overlap. I'm gonna hide it. It is a weird snap. It is a really weird snap, and they don't. Gosh, can I just like. What a weird. This is such a weird place to stop. All right, I'm gonna go from the other end first, and then bring it back around. Because I don't think it's even gonna fit, to be honest. We might, honestly. Can I make a stair? Can I just make a back stair? And then just put a post in the middle? Like somehow make some way to get up there? Is there some way I can put... Is there some stair, some ramp, something that I can... What's the post? Wait, can you make just the post separately? Oh, okay, I see. Y'all, I know I'm doing too much, but like I also just kind of want to see if this works. Darn, you can't put this unless it snaps to something. Lame. Okay. Well, I thought I would try. Alright, we're gonna have to build some stairs. What? Is there a ramp I can use? That's not it. Because you can't place any of these stairs unless they snap, right? You can't just put these stairs down? They have to snap to something? Shit, where the hell? Yeah, they do. Oh my gosh, these would be perfect. But they have to snap to something. Alright, what about... I need one more pillar. Just one? Or two. Okay, one more pillar coming up. I mean, this would probably take a lot, but could we do it out of like bookshelves? Not bookshelves. Yeah, bookshelves. I can't see a thing. No, it's too high. It's too high. I think I do. Let me see if I know how to do it. Which bookshelves could I use? How do I end up on the tent crafter every single time? I mean bookshelves? Yeah, bookshelves. Or is there a like a bench I could use? Let me just see if I have some bookshelves that we can... Oh my gosh, I don't? Oh yeah, wait. Shelf. Well, I don't know how to do that outside. Now that I think about it. I don't know how this is gonna work outside. I don't know what the heck. I am... How did we get here? Nope. That's not gonna work. I actually don't know how to do this. I love how it's like rotating. Like, how did we get to just not... Nope. I have no idea what I'm doing. I thought I knew. I don't. Hmm. These jams are so cute. The little faces. Oh wait, are you in the bakery? Their little faces are cute. I wish we had more of the rainbow though. We need more rainbow. Warming their little toes. Wait, where the heck am I? Over here. Don't know what I'm doing. Wait, I think I figured out how to do it, but I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to make it go up higher. Like, how are you supposed to stack it? Well, now I'm moving both of them. So... what else could I use as stairs? Oh shoot, not me falling all the way down. Because I could do it, but it's just... like, it's probably going to be a ton of these. Alright, hold on. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh, do I have to do this at a weird angle? I know this is this on the ground? Yes. Is it because I need it to start lower? Yeah, I need to start lower. That's the problem. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That is not what I meant to grab. Anywho, that didn't happen. I'm just gonna grab my shelf now and walk away. Oh my gosh, the struggle. Nah, it's not gonna be low enough. And I don't think I can put it from down here. It keeps wanting to go high, not low. No. This is such a tedious process. Y'all, we're gonna get a hotfix tomorrow, so it should be easier. Oh no. Already messed up. Alright, how many of these do I need? Industrial wall shelves. Probably a ton to get all the way up there. But it's possible. It's probably not. I probably need something else. You're wrong. Yeah. It is really cool. Alright, what else could I use? That's a little bit, probably a little bit bigger. Some sort of bench. Could we do the camp bench? Will that work as stairs? Only have one. I mean, technically, it probably could. Okay, that's not helpful. Put this back. I mean, you probably could make this work. I'm just trying to make stairs without having stairs. Is that... That's so complicated. What else do people use for stairs besides stairs? Which column was it that I was making? The ancient column or the estate column? Do I have another sawmill that I could use? We need so many planks. I need to put a third one in here. Okay. The estate. Okay. Alright, I am gonna tap out here soon, y'all. I am getting kind of tired and kind of hungry. Let's see here. I'm somewhere around 33. I can make 3 estate columns. So I need to make 30 more. Alright, let me put the bottom ones on all the way around, and then I know not to put the rest. Alright. We will need 30 more all the way around. I wish we had wisteria ivy to put on these houses. That would look really cool. All the way around these houses. That's a missed opportunity. Did I need these columns too? Do we need them in the middle? These little guys? Like on the back side? There's still 2 back there. Or do you want to just leave it gold? Okay, cool. Then we're good. Then we're good with this estate. Now I just need tar. Now I just need Wait, does this not need to be watered anymore? Does this tree supposed to get bigger? Or did you already water it? Did you water these too? Or did you want these to be... Wait, no, these need to be bigger. Oh, some of the stores can stay small? Oh. Well, I'll replant. I'll replant some more. There's still a couple trees. I know we're not watering those. Those are staying. There's a couple trees that we planted. I thought we had seeds for. Yeah, we do. I don't think I have any more seeds left. I was just seeing if any of these had seeds. Okay. All right. I'm gonna let me see what I have. Oh yeah, no. I only have one-offs. I just have ones. I need to just start growing more and get more seeds. I haven't been keeping up with it. Oh wait, are these oaks? Oh wait, we have some birches still. Did you want those for something? Oops. That's too close to somebody's house. Is this an oak? No, it's a birch. Those are birches. It's okay. Do you want any of these for anything? And then these are the birches. That's one, and a couple small ones. I don't know where this pine tree was supposed to go. I'm gonna put it over here. We just have an extra one? Put it here. Okay. That one is growing for that side. I think we're good. Do you want me to request? I can. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to request because isn't it a new day already? I just don't request anything tomorrow. What is it? The acorns? Okay. Done, done, and done. I think I'm gonna tap out here in a minute. Though I am spent. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? You crashed! No! You almost made it. Yeah, I think I'm tapping myself out of these crashes here in a second. I don't think I can do any more crashes. Do you want to fill the request or do you want to wait till tomorrow? Yeah, that'll be your last crash because I need to crash. We've been on for so long. It's almost midnight. We need to get some sleep. Yeah, I'll forget to, so might as well. All right. I'm gonna have to raid from my phone, so I am gonna raid Rio. Yeah. Yep. That's where we're headed, y'all. That's where we're headed. Socials, if you'd like to follow, we mainly post on Instagram and TikTok, and I need to get better about posting on YouTube. We have a Discord if you would like to join. I am going to raid out, so everybody who is a sub, grab the animated one. Everyone else, grab the one on the bottom. And let me start this raid from my phone because my computer is being janky. I appreciate y'all hanging today as we partner push, as we hang out, as we crash together. We crashed out literally 222, right? You didn't document your last crash, did you? Did you document your last crash? Darn. You did? Dang. All right, 221. 221. Tomorrow there is going to be a hotfix. They said at 7 o'clock that the servers are going to go down and fix everything. So we should be good to go for tomorrow. Oh no, you're good. I'm still going to be on the plot. I'm just going to tap out of stream though. But thank you. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the lurks. Truly appreciate all of you. I would not be able to do any of this without you. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Good night, y'all. Good night.